have entered void-born terrors. Here we peel back the veil of imperial propaganda and show the truths that fester beneath. The horrors whispered in hive vaults, the confessions of cultists, the price of faith measured in blood and in souls. If you would walk further into the dark with us, subscribe. More forbidden chronicles wait in the shadows, and your voice keeps the archive alive. And to those who have endured with void-born terrors since the beginning, thank you. Your silence is our strength. Pause. Whisper rises. Listen. Listen. Now, let us begin the tale of what the Emperor does with billions of souls. They say in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But that's not quite true, is it? War requires living. War requires hope, despair, courage, fear, all the messy, chaotic emotions that make us human. No, what truly defines our universe isn't war. It's the grinding, inexorable machinery of survival. And at the heart of that machine sits a corpse god on a golden throne, consuming 1,000 souls a day to keep the lights on. 1,000 souls, every day, for 10,000 years. Do the math if you dare. My name was Kalen Voss. I was a factory worker on Hive Tertius, manufacturing promethium couplers for Imperial Guard vehicles. I had a wife, Sarah, a daughter, little Mila, who was 7 years old and loved to draw pictures of the Emperor's angels. I had a life that mattered to me, even if it didn't matter to the Imperium. This is my story. This is how I learned what happens to the billions of souls that feed the Emperor's endless hunger. This is how I became one of them. And if you're listening to this somehow, if my voice reaches you across the void, then know this: every light that guides Imperial ships through the warp, every barrier that keeps demons from your door, every moment of peace you steal in this galaxy of horrors, it's bought with screaming, always screaming. Music swells ominously. The summons came on a secundus. I remember because secundus were protein paste day in the manufacturum cafeteria, and I was looking forward to it. If you could call the grey, nutrient-enriched sludge we ate protein. But it was better than the synthetic grain bars they served the rest of the week. The messenger wore the burgundy robes of the administratum, and his augmetic eye whirred as it focused on me across the factory floor. The sound of my hydraulic press died to nothing as I shut it down, my hands already trembling, though I didn't know why. Kalen Voss, identification number 77 Gamma 4119. My mouth went dry. Yes, my lord. You have been selected for sacred service to the God Emperor of mankind. Report to Sanctum Station 47 within the hour. Bring nothing. The other workers had stopped their machines now. 200 faces turned toward me, their expressions ranging from pity to relief that it wasn't them. Marta Kellis, who worked in the press next to mine, crossed herself with the sign of the Aquila. What kind of service? I managed to ask. The adept's flesh eye, his real one, fixed on me with something that might have been sympathy or disgust. It was hard to tell. The kind that matters, he said. The Emperor protects Kalen Voss. In death as in life. In death as in life. The funeral benediction. My legs nearly gave out. But I've never shown any signs of... The Imperium's tests are more thorough than you know. His augmetic eye clicked, refocusing. 1 hour. Do not be late. The Emperor's work cannot wait. He turned and walked away, his robes rustling against the factory floor. I stood there, my hands still shaking, as the reality of it sank in. Around me, my co-workers slowly returned to their tasks, but I caught their glances, their whispered conversations. Sacred service. Everyone knew what that meant. even if no one dared say it aloud. I thought of my small hab unit, my collection of mechanical books, the half-finished servo skull kit I'd been working on in my spare time. Simple pleasures. A simple life. All of it is meaningless now. The walk to Sanctum Station 47 took me through the lower reaches of Hive Tertius, past the recycling plants and the water purification facilities. The air grew thicker, more humid. The walls were older here, ferrocrete stained with decades of industrial runoff. I wasn't the only one walking this path. Others converged from side passages, men and women of all ages, all wearing the same expression of numb terror. None of us spoke. What was there to say? The sanctum was a squat, brutalist structure wedged between two massive water pipes. The entrance was unremarkable, a simple door marked with the Imperial Aquila and the words, "In his service, eternity." Inside was a beige waiting chamber that smelled of incense and fierce sweat. An elderly adept sat behind a desk, his fingers dancing over the keys of a cogitator with mechanical precision. His skull had been opened and partially replaced with a brass dome studded with input cables. "Name?" he asked without looking up. "Kalin Voss." 77 Gamma 4119. "Yes." He typed something. The cogitator chimed. "Sit. Wait. Do not speak." The waiting chamber held maybe 40 people, arranged on simple metal benches. I recognized a few faces from the lower hive. Jorik Hem, who ran a small fuel depot. Sarah Vane, barely 18, who worked the textile mills. Others were strangers, but all of us shared the same hollow-eyed look. The woman next to me was old enough to be my grandmother. Her hands were stained green from working in the algae farms. She kept muttering prayers under her breath. "First time," she whispered when the adept's attention was elsewhere. I nodded. "My grandson went for sacred service 3 years ago," she said. "Never seen him again. But they say he serves the Emperor now. That's something, isn't it?" I didn't know how to answer that. In the back of my mind, childhood catechisms echoed, "The Emperor protects. Blessed are those who serve. In death, duty." But looking at the fear in her rheumy eyes, the words felt hollow. "Next group," the adept called out. "Numbers 4119 through 4147. That was me. My number had been called. As I stood, my knees nearly buckled. The elderly woman squeezed my hand. "Remember," she whispered, "the Emperor watches over all, even in the dark." But as I walked toward the door, she indicated, not the way I'd come in, but a different exit entirely. I couldn't shake the feeling that where I was going, even the Emperor's light might not reach. The door opened with a hydraulic hiss, revealing a corridor that stretched away into darkness. Other conscripts filed in ahead of me. Behind us, the door sealed shut with the finality of a tomb, and from somewhere far below I could swear I heard singing. Millions of voices raised in harmony. But the tune, "Emperor Preserve Me," the tune sounded like screaming. The transport capsule was a study in contradictions. The outer hull was clearly ancient, with real wood paneling inlaid with brass fittings that had been polished to a mirror shine. It spoke of craftsmanship, from an age when such luxuries weren't heretical excess but artistic devotion. Yet inside, the air tasted of recycled breath and industrial lubricants, processed through systems that hummed with barely contained efficiency. 30 of us had been loaded into the capsule like cargo. The seating was comfortable enough, individual chairs upholstered in red synthy leather, but the restraint harnesses made it clear we weren't passengers, so much as inventory being transported to its destination. I found myself sitting next to a thin man who introduced himself as Thomas Rendell. His hands were ink-stained, his augmetic eye a cheap model that flickered occasionally. "Administratum clerk," he said when he caught me looking. "Third class. You?" "Factory worker. Graia secundus." "Ah." He nodded as if that explained everything. "Industrial sector. They take a lot of you folk. You sound like you know about this." His laugh was bitter. "Know about it? Friend, I've been processing the paperwork for sacred service selections for 15 years. Never thought I'd be on the other side of the forms." The woman across from us leaned forward. She was young, maybe 20, with the pale complexion of someone who spent her days in artificial light. "Forms? What kind of forms?" "Selection criteria," Thomas said. "Age, occupation, genetic markers, psychological profiles. The Imperium doesn't choose randomly, you know. There's a science to it." "Science?" The young woman's voice cracked. "What kind of science?" Before Thomas could answer, the capsule lurched into motion. The acceleration pressed us back into our seats, and through the small viewports, I watched the familiar spires of Hive Tertius fall away. "Where are we going?" someone asked from the back. No one answered because no one knew. The journey gave us time to talk, to learn each other's names and stories. The young woman was Lyra Cast, a textile worker from the mid-hive. Next to her sat Bors Kane, a fuel depot supervisor with burn scars covering half his face. An industrial accident that had left him too damaged for normal work, but apparently perfect for sacred service. Behind them was Mira Chen, an agri-worker whose weathered hands spoke of decades spent coaxing crops from the hive's hydroponic gardens. And in the corner, barely speaking, sat a man who gave his name only as 17. His arms bore the surgical scars of someone who'd interfaced with heavy machinery for years. A servitor operator most likely, though something in his eyes suggested he'd retained more of his humanity than most. As the hours passed, our conversations turned to speculation and fear. What was sacred service, really? The official word was that we'd been selected to serve the Emperor in some special capacity, but the details were always vague. "My cousin went for sacred service 10 years ago," Mira said quietly. "Family got a citation. Said he'd given his life gloriously in service of the throne. But nobody. No details. Just a piece of parchment and a small pension." "They don't always die," Lyra protested, but her voice carried no conviction. "Don't they?" Thomas's augmetic eye clicked as it refocused. "In 15 years of processing forms, you know how many sacred service candidates I've seen come back? 0. Not one." The capsule shuddered, and through the viewports, I could see we were descending through thick clouds. The landscape below was like nothing I'd ever seen, not the familiar industrial sprawl of a hive city, but something older. Ancient spires of gold and marble stretched toward the sky, vast enough to dwarf even the greatest forge worlds. "Terror," someone whispered, "the holy throne world itself. Despite everything, despite the fear and uncertainty, I felt a thrill of awe. This was where the Emperor himself resided, where humanity's greatest servants walked the halls of power. But as we descended further, the majesty gave way to something else. The spires were too tall, their proportions wrong in ways that made my eyes water. The gold wasn't the warm, welcoming gold of imperial iconography, but something harsh and cold, like the light of a dying star. And beneath it all, I could feel something vast and hungry waiting. The capsule touched down with barely a tremor. Whoever was piloting this thing was skilled. But as the restraint harnesses released and the doors hissed open, the fear I'd been keeping at bay came rushing back. We were herded out onto a landing platform that stretched away in all directions. The air was thin, cold, and tasted of ozone and incense. Around us, dozens of other capsules were discharging their human cargo. Hundreds of people, maybe thousands, all wearing the same expression of terrified confusion. Our escort was a servitor, its human components so heavily modified that determining its original gender was impossible. It moved with the precise, inhuman gait of a machine, leading us across the platform toward a massive archway carved with imperial eagles. "Processing begins immediately," it announced in a voice like grinding metal. "Deviation from designated paths will result in corrective measures. Questions are inefficient. Compliance is rewarded." Behind us, I heard Lyra start to cry. Mira put an arm around her shoulders, whispering something I couldn't hear. 17 hadn't moved from his spot near the capsule door, his face blank as a servitor's. But it was Thomas who voiced what we were all thinking. "Emperor, preserve us," he whispered, staring up at the archway looming above us. "What have they brought us here to do?" The archway was carved with scenes of triumph and sacrifice. Space Marines in glorious battle, Imperial Guard regiments charging across alien battlefields, and above it all, the Emperor himself, resplendent in golden armor. But there was something wrong with the carvings, something that made my stomach turn. The longer I looked, the more I noticed details that shouldn't be there. The Space Marines' victories cast shadows that looked like screaming faces. The Guard regiments were charging not toward victory, but into a darkness that seemed to swallow them whole. And the Emperor's glorious visage was carved with such skill that his eyes seemed to track our movement. But they weren't the benevolent eyes of humanity's protector. They were the eyes of something infinitely old, infinitely tired, and infinitely hungry. As we passed beneath the archway, I could swear I heard those carved lips whisper, "Welcome, my children. I have been waiting for you." The corridor beyond was lined with human skulls. The skulls weren't decorative. I know that sounds strange. In the Imperium, human skulls are used for ornamentation constantly. Servo skulls float through every important building, and the iconography of death is as common as the Aquila itself. But these were different. These skulls still had expressions. Not literally, of course. Dead bone can't hold expressions. But somehow each skull conveyed a sense of what its owner had felt in their final moments. Fear, despair, and worse, a kind of hollow acceptance, as if they'd seen something so vast and terrible that fighting it had become meaningless. "Don't look at them too closely," Thomas whispered beside me. His augmetic eye had stopped clicking and was now fixed straight ahead. "I'm starting to think they look back." He wasn't wrong. As we walked deeper into the complex, the skulls seemed to track our movement. Their empty sockets followed us with an attention that made my skin crawl. The architecture was changing around us. The industrial ferrocrete and plasteel I was familiar with had given way to something older, massive blocks of stone fitted together with such precision that not even a lath cutter could have found the seams. The walls rose to impossible heights, disappearing into shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source. Gothic arches stretched overhead, their buttresses carved with reliefs that hurt to look at directly. They depicted the Emperor's great works, the conquest of Terra, the Great Crusade, and the final battle with Horus, but viewed from angles that made the heroic scenes seem ominous and wrong. "The air tastes different here," Lyra said, her voice barely above a whisper. She was right. The recycled atmosphere of the transport capsule had given way to something heavy and oppressive. Each breath carried traces of incense, ozone, and something else, something organic and sweet, like flowers left too long in the sun. Our servitor guide hadn't spoken since we'd entered the complex, but its pace had slowed. Not from mechanical failure, I realized, but from something approaching reverence. Even the machine's spirits, it seemed, knew this place deserved respect. and fear. The first servo skull we encountered was different from any I'd seen before. Most servo skulls were crude affairs. Human skulls hastily fitted with basic anti-grav units and simple cogitators. This one was a work of art. The bone had been polished to an ivory sheen and inscribed with microscopic prayer scripts. Its eyes were replaced not with simple optical sensors, but with genuine gems that pulsed with inner light. It drifted past us without acknowledgement, but I caught a glimpse of what it was monitoring: us. The gems focused on each of our faces in turn, recording, cataloging, filing us away in some vast digital archive. "Inventory," Thomas muttered, and I knew he was right. More servo skulls appeared as we walked deeper. Dozens of them, then hundreds, all drifting through the halls with purpose I couldn't fathom. Some carried scrolls, others bore strange instruments that hummed with barely contained energy. A few were fitted with what looked like medical equipment, surgical tools that gleamed with ominous sharpness. The walls themselves began to change. The stone was still there, but now it was reinforced with pipes and cables that pulsed with their own rhythm. Not the steady mechanical beat of industrial machinery, but something more organic, like the beating of a massive heart. And everywhere, carved into every surface, was the aquila. But these weren't the noble eagles I'd grown up seeing in Imperial propaganda. These aquillas looked hungry. Their beaks were opened in silent screams. Their talons extended as if to tear rather than protect. Their eyes, Emperor preserve me. Their eyes were too knowing, too aware. "We should turn back," 17 spoke for the first time since we'd boarded the capsule. His voice was flat, mechanical, but underneath I detected something I hadn't expected from a former servitor operator: terror. "Can't," our guide responded without turning around. "Corrective measures. Compliance rewarded." "What kind of corrective measures?" Mira asked. The servitor stopped walking. Slowly it turned to face us, and for the first time, I got a clear look at what had been done to it. The human components weren't just modified, they were integrated in ways that defied both logic and mercy. Flesh had been grafted directly onto metal frameworks, creating patterns of scar tissue that formed circuit-like designs across its skin. But it was the eyes that made me step back. They were human eyes, but they held no humanity. They were the eyes of something that had seen too much, suffered too much, and finally surrendered everything that made it a person. "You do not want corrective measures," it said in that grinding voice. "Compliance is rewarded. Deviation is corrected." It turned and resumed walking. We followed, because what else could we do? The corridor ahead branched into multiple passages, each one leading deeper into the complex. Our guide chose the leftmost path without hesitation, leading us past alcoves filled with statues. Custodians. Each statue was life-sized and perfectly detailed, showing the Emperor's golden guardians in various poses of vigilance. Their armor was rendered with such skill that it seemed to glow with inner light, and their spears appeared sharp enough to cut reality itself. But as we passed each statue, I began to notice something that made my blood run cold. They weren't statues at all. They were custodians who had been turned to gold. Somehow, through some process I couldn't begin to understand, living beings had been transformed into perfect golden sculptures. But they weren't dead. I could see their eyes tracking us as we passed. They were aware, conscious, trapped in bodies of metal, but still able to think, to feel, to suffer. One of them, a giant whose spear was raised in eternal vigilance, turned his head as we approached. His golden lips moved, forming words that carried no sound, but which I understood anyway. "Help us." I stumbled, nearly falling to my knees. Thomas caught my arm, steadying me, but his face was pale as parchment. "Did you see?" he started to whisper. "Yes," I cut him off. I didn't want to hear it spoken aloud. Some horrors were too great for words. The corridor continued ahead of us, branching and twisting through the complex like the passages of some vast organism. And somewhere in the distance, growing stronger with each step, I could hear that sound again. Singing. Millions of voices raised in harmony, but a harmony that spoke of pain beyond comprehension. It was beautiful in the way that only absolute despair could be beautiful. The last song of a dying civilization stretched out across eternity. "What is this place?" Lyra whispered. But I was beginning to understand. The skulls, the servo skulls, the golden custodians, the singing. It was all part of something vast and terrible. We weren't prisoners being led to execution. We weren't even sacrifices in any traditional sense. We were components. Parts in a machine so large and complex that we couldn't comprehend its purpose. And somewhere ahead of us, in the deepest chambers of this golden hell, that machine was waiting to install us in our designated positions. Forever. The singing grew louder. The gates stood 60 meters high and were carved from a single piece of what looked like black marble, though marble had never gleamed with such inner malevolence. As we approached, details became visible that made my mind reel. The gates weren't just decorated, they were alive. Faces pushed up from the stone surface like drowning swimmers breaking through dark water. Human faces, all of them, twisted in expressions of terminal anguish. Their mouths opened and closed soundlessly, and their eyes, "Emperor, preserve me." Their eyes pleaded for release that would never come. "Living stone," Thomas breathed beside me. "I've heard of this. Ancient technology from the Dark Age. They say it remembers everything that touches it." "What are they remembering?" Lyra asked, though I suspected we all knew the answer. US. They were remembering us, adding our faces to the countless others who had passed through these gates before. I could already feel the stone's attention, like cold fingers tracing my features, cataloguing every detail for the eternal display. Our servitor guide stopped before the gates and turned to address us. When it spoke, its voice carried harmonics I hadn't noticed before. Not just the grinding mechanical tones, but something else underneath. Voices. Multiple voices, speaking in unison. "Beyond this threshold," it said, "you enter the domain of the Omnissiah's chosen. Here, flesh becomes purpose. Here, souls find their eternal function. Here, individual desire becomes collective necessity." The gates began to open, not with the grinding of ancient hinges, but with a sound like screaming. Because that's what it was. The faces trapped in the stone were being stretched, distorted, forced to separate as the great doors swung wide. Beyond lay a corridor that defied architectural logic. It stretched away for what seemed like kilometers, lined with pillars that twisted up toward a ceiling lost in shadow. But the proportions were wrong. The space was simultaneously too large and too small, creating a sense of vertigo that made several of our group stumble. Standing guard along the corridor were the custodians, not golden statues this time. Real custodians, alive and terrible in their perfection. Each one was a work of art, sculpted in flesh and bone and ceramite, standing 3 meters tall and radiating an aura of barely contained lethality. Their armor was the gold of sunrise on sacred terra, but burnished to such perfection that it seemed to generate its own light. Their guardian spears hummed with energy fields that made the air around them shimmer like heat distortion. And their faces, I had expected masks, or helmets, or at least some protection for their features. Instead, each custodian's face was bare, and they were the most beautiful and terrible visages I had ever seen. Perfect in every detail, but perfection of such inhuman quality that looking at them directly caused physical pain. They didn't acknowledge our passage. We might have been insects for all the attention they paid us, but I could feel their awareness like a weight pressing down on my shoulders. They knew we were there. They knew exactly what we were here for, and they had no more sympathy for us than a surgeon has for a tumor he's about to remove. "Don't make eye contact," Mira whispered, but it was too late. I had already locked gazes with the nearest custodian, and what I saw there was worse than hatred or contempt. I saw pity. Pity from a being whose existence was measured in centuries, who had stood guard over the Emperor himself, who had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, and he pitied us. Not because we were about to die, but because death would have been a mercy compared to what lay ahead. The corridor stretched on for what felt like hours. Our feet echoed against marble floors, inlaid with precious metals, in patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The pillars we passed were carved with relief, depicting the Emperor's greatest victories. But seen from this perspective, they looked different. The conquest of Terra showed not glorious liberation, but cities burning while their populations fled in terror. The Great Crusade depicted worlds ground beneath the treads of imperial war machines, their peoples assimilated or destroyed according to the whims of distant commanders. And the final battle with Horus. The final battle showed something I had never seen in any official imperial art. It showed the Emperor not as a triumphant golden god, but as something else, something wounded and desperate and infinitely cruel. The betrayer Horus lay broken at his feet, but the Emperor's victory had cost him more than just his mortality. It had cost him his humanity. "How much further?" 17 asked, his mechanical voice echoing strangely in the vast space. Our servitor guide didn't answer, but it didn't need to. Ahead of us, the corridor was ending in another set of doors. These were smaller than the great gates, only 20 meters high, but somehow more ominous. They were made of what looked like crystal, but crystal that pulsed with inner light like a living heart. And through their translucent surface, I could see shadows moving on the other side. Massive shadows, performing tasks I couldn't comprehend with instruments that gleamed like surgical steel. "The preparation chambers," our guide announced as we approached. "Here you will be made ready for your eternal service." "Prepared how?" Thomas demanded, but his augmetic eye was already flickering with patterns of light I recognized. The signs of a cogitator attempting to process information beyond its design parameters. "Prepared optimally," the servitor replied. "Flesh refined, purpose clarified, individual doubt eliminated." The crystal doors began to iris open, revealing the chamber beyond. It was vast, easily large enough to hold a battle barge. The walls rose in terraced levels, each one lined with what at first glance appeared to be throne-like chairs. Thousands of them, arranged in perfect concentric circles around a central platform. But as my eyes adjusted to the pulsing light within, I realized they weren't chairs at all. They were surgical tables, and most of them were occupied. The figures strapped to the tables were human, or had been once. Now they were something else, part flesh, part machine, part something that defied classification. Cables ran from their skulls to junction boxes mounted on the chair arms. Tubes carried fluids in and out of their bodies in steady rhythms. And their eyes were awake, aware, conscious of everything being done to them. "Welcome," our guide said, as we stood paralyzed at the threshold, "to the choir preparation facility. Here, your transformation begins." In the center of the chamber, rising from the platform like a black sun, stood the most terrible throne I had ever seen. It pulsed with the same rhythm as the chairs around it, but its beat was deeper, more resonant, more final, and seated upon it was something that might once have been human. It turned its attention to us, and when it spoke, its voice was the sound of grinding bones and screaming metal. "Which of you will be first?" Behind us, the crystal doors sealed shut with the finality of a tomb. The descent ended in a cathedral of madness. The transport capsule's doors hissed open, and we stepped into a chamber so vast that its ceiling vanished into shadow above us. The walls were lined with thrones, not the golden throne of legend, but thousands upon thousands of smaller thrones, arranged in perfect concentric circles around a central dais. Each throne was occupied, and each occupant was still alive. "Emperor's blood," Thomas whispered beside me. His augmetic eye was cycling through spectrum analysis, trying to process what we were seeing. The soft whirring of its servos was barely audible above the ambient hum that filled the chamber, a harmonic resonance that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The thrones were works of art and horror in equal measure. Carved from some dark stone I couldn't identify, they were covered in Gothic script that hurt to look at directly. The aquila was prominent, but these weren't the protective eagles I'd grown up seeing on Imperial propaganda. These were predatory birds, their beaks open in silent screams, their talons extending toward the occupants of the thrones. And the occupants. "Throne of terror," Lyra breathed. The young textile worker had gone pale, her hands pressed against her mouth. "They're still moving." She was right. The figures strapped to the thrones were writhing in slow, rhythmic motions, their heads rolling back and forth as if they were trapped in some endless nightmare. Cables ran from ports drilled directly into their skulls, pulsing with data streams that painted the air around them in cascading patterns of light. Their chests rose and fell with mechanical precision, aided by the breathing apparatus that had been surgically installed in their throats. But it was their eyes that made me want to run. They were open. All of them. Thousands of pairs of eyes, staring at nothing and everything, seeing visions that existed beyond the material world. Some wept constantly, tears cutting channels down their gaunt cheeks. Others had gone beyond tears, their eyes dry and bloodshot but still moving, tracking movement only they could perceive. "Welcome to the preparation halls," announced a voice from the central dais. The being that rose from the central throne was a study in the marriage of flesh and machine. But the wedding had been violent, and the offspring was monstrous. What had once been a human torso was now a framework of brass and steel, with organs visible through crystal viewing ports. Its arms had been replaced with mechadendrites that ended in surgical instruments of exquisite cruelty, scalpels that hummed with molecular sharp edges, syringes filled with luminous fluids, and probes that sparked with electrical discharge. But it was the head that made me want to scream. The skull had been opened and the brain exposed, suspended in a transparent dome filled with amniotic fluid. The brain tissue pulsed with its own rhythm, and I could see the neural pathways firing in patterns of light that painted the dome from within. But worse than the exposed brain were the eyes. Human eyes, perfectly preserved and utterly aware, tracking our movement with an intelligence that had been elevated beyond mortality, but not beyond suffering. "I am Tech Dominus Zerash," it said in a voice like grinding metal mixed with human despair. "I am the architect of integration, the craftsman of consciousness, the sculptor of souls." Its mechadendrites writhed as it spoke, and I noticed that each surgical tool was inscribed with microscopic prayer text. This wasn't just butchery, it was sacrament. "You have been selected for the most holy of purposes," Zerash continued. You will become one with the choir eternal. Your voice is joined in the great song that sustains the Imperium. Your individual consciousness will be preserved, enhanced, and made eternal. Your suffering will have meaning beyond your comprehension. Suffering. Lyra's voice was barely above a whisper, but in the vast chamber it carried like a shout. The Tech Dominus turned its attention to her, and something that might have been a smile played across the features, visible within the dome. Oh yes, child. Suffering is essential. The warp responds to emotion, and the strongest emotions arise from the deepest pain. Joy fades, love corrupts, hope dies, but suffering is eternal. Suffering is pure. Suffering is the fuel that powers the Astronomicon. One of its mechadendrites gestured toward the occupied chairs. Observe your predecessors. They have been integrated for periods ranging from minutes to decades. Note how their awareness has been preserved. Note how their individuality remains intact, even as their purpose is unified. I looked at the nearest occupied throne and immediately regretted it. The person strapped to it had once been a young man, perhaps a few years older than Lyra. Now he was something else. Cables ran from ports drilled directly into his skull, pulsing with data streams I couldn't comprehend. His chest had been opened, and his heart replaced with a mechanical pump that beat in perfect synchronization with the central throne. But his eyes were what made me step back in horror. They were aware. They tracked my movement, and I could see intelligence there, personality, memory, everything that made him human. But also pain. Infinite, unending pain that had become so fundamental to his existence that removing it would kill him. His lips moved, forming words that carried no sound but which I understood with crystalline clarity. Please. He was one of the first, Zarash noted with something approaching pride. A data analyst from Segmentum Solar. His integration was particularly successful. Note how his neural pathways have adapted to interface directly with the noospheric data streams. He can process information at rates that would liquefy an unaugmented human brain. Please, the pain is necessary, the Tech Dominus continued, as if responding to the silent plea. Without pain, the consciousness drifts. Without suffering, the soul becomes unmoored from purpose. Pain is the anchor that keeps them focused on their task. What task? Thomas demanded. His augmetic eye was cycling through diagnostic patterns now, trying to process information that his cheap civilian implant was never designed to handle. The same task that awaits all of you. The task that has claimed billions before you. Zarash's mechadendrites spread wide into what might have been a gesture of benediction. You will become voices in the choir eternal. Your psychic resonance, amplified by pain and focused by purpose, will join the great song that guides ships through the warp, that holds the barriers against chaos, that sustains the Emperor's will across the galaxy. But we're not psychers, Mira protested. I can't even light a candle with my mind. All humans are psychers, Zarash replied. Some manifest the talent, obviously, but all possess the potential. Pain awakens that potential. Suffering refines it. Integration perfects it. The central throne pulsed, and suddenly the air filled with harmonics that made my teeth ache. It was the sound of the choir, transmitted through the chamber's acoustic systems. Thousands of voices singing in perfect unison, their individual notes blending into something greater than the sum of its parts. But listening closely, I could hear the individual voices. The screaming was still there, woven into harmony like a thread of absolute despair. Each voice was a person, a human being with memories and dreams and fears, all of them transformed into components of this vast machine. You hear it, Zarash observed. The beauty of unity, the perfection of purpose, the ecstasy of eternal service. It sounds like hell, 17 said flatly. Hell is a theological concept, the Tech Dominus replied. This is efficiency. This is a necessity. This is the price of survival in a universe that wants nothing more than to devour humanity. Its mechadendrites began to move with new purpose, selecting instruments from arrays I hadn't noticed before. Scalpels that gleamed with molecular sharpness, drills designed to penetrate bone without damaging the soft tissue beneath, restraints crafted from materials that could hold a space marine. Who will volunteer to be first? Zarash asked. The procedure is easier when the subject is cooperative. None of us moved. We couldn't. The horror of what we were seeing had paralyzed us completely. But our silence didn't matter. The Tech Dominus was already selecting its first victim. Its gaze fell on Mira. No, Mira whispered, backing away from the approaching mechadendrites. Please, no. I have children. I have. You had children. Tech Dominus Zarash corrected with mechanical precision. Past tense. Your previous existence is now irrelevant. Your children will be informed that you died in service to the throne. They will be proud. 2 servo skulls descended from the shadows above, their optical arrays glowing red as they scanned Mira's terror-stricken face. Additional mechadendrites emerged from hidden alcoves in the walls, their movements perfectly coordinated as they herded her toward an empty throne. I analyzed her preliminary data during transport, Zarash explained to the rest of us, its voice taking on the lecturing tone of a tutor demonstrating technique. 37 years old, mother of 3, employed in agricultural distribution for the past 14 years. Psychic potential rating of Gamma 7, weak but sufficient for choir integration. Mira stumbled as the servo skulls prodded her forward with neural shockers. I'm not psychic. I'm nobody. I just counted grain shipments. Fear awakens potential, the Tech Dominus replied. And you are about to experience the purest fear imaginable. The throne that awaited her was identical to all the others. Carved stone covered in Gothic script, with restraint systems that looked like they could hold a raging Oghren. But as Mira was forced into position, the throne began to change. Hidden mechanisms whirred to life, and the stone seemed to flow like liquid, conforming itself to her body dimensions with disturbing intimacy. The thrones are semi-sentient, Zarash explained. They learn the occupant's physical characteristics and adjust accordingly. Comfort is not the goal, perfect restraint is. The subject must remain absolutely still during the integration process. Restraints snapped into place around Mira's wrists, ankles, and throat. She struggled briefly, but the bonds were beyond human strength to break. More restraints emerged to hold her head in perfect alignment, ensuring she couldn't turn away from what was coming. Please, she sobbed. My children need me. Maria is only 6. She still has nightmares. She will have new nightmares now, Zarash said without emotion. Dreams of the warp, visions of the void between stars. All children of the integrated develop such dreams. It is how they know their parent achieved transcendence. The first drill emerged from the throne's headrest, a needle-thin probe that gleamed with inner light. It positioned itself against the base of Mira's skull with mechanical precision, its tip barely touching her skin. The cranial insertion point must be exact, the Tech Dominus lectured. Too high, and you damage the conscious centers. Too low, and you miss the psychic resonance nodes. The difference is measured in microns. The drill began to spin. Mira's scream filled the chamber, echoing off the walls and mixing with the harmonic hum of the existing choir members. But her scream wasn't random. It had pitch, melody, a tonal quality that seemed to resonate with the larger composition. Excellent initial resonance, Zarash noted with satisfaction. Note how her vocal output immediately begins to harmonize with the existing choir. This is evidence of successful psychic awakening. Blood ran down Mira's neck as the drill penetrated her skull. But the probe that followed wasn't designed to destroy. It was a crystalline filament that sparked with its own internal light. As it entered her brain, the light began to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. The neural interface establishes contact with the psychic centers. The tech dominus continued its lecture. The crystalline matrix amplifies natural psychic resonance by a factor of several thousand. Pain provides the initial activation energy. More probes followed. Mira's body convulsed against the restraints as dozens of filaments were inserted into her skull, each one finding specific neural pathways with surgical precision. Her eyes rolled back, showing only white. But somehow, I knew she was still conscious, still aware, still experiencing every moment of her transformation. The beauty of the process, Zerash said, is that consciousness is never lost. Enhanced, focused, purified by suffering, but never extinguished. She will remember being Mira, the grain counter, but she will also become so much more. The filaments in her skull began to pulse in unison, and suddenly Mira's screaming changed. The random notes of agony became structured, musical, part of the larger harmony filling the chamber. Her voice joined the choir, even as her individuality was being dissected and catalogued. Integration Phase 1 complete, announced a servo skull. Psychic resonance achieved. Commencing consciousness mapping. New devices emerged from the throne, scanner arrays that played patterns of light across Mira's convulsing form. Every memory, every thought, every emotion was being recorded and analyzed. Her entire existence was being reduced to data points in some vast imperial database. "Why are you doing this to us?" Lyra whispered. She was crying now, tears streaming down her young face as she watched Mira's transformation. "Because the alternative is the extinction of our species," Zerash replied. "The Astronomicon requires constant feeding. The barriers against chaos demand eternal vigilance. The Emperor's will must be projected across 1,000,000 worlds. These tasks require power beyond anything you can imagine. They require sacrifice." The scanner arrays retracted, and new mechanisms took their place. These were different, less medical, more ritualistic. Incense dispensers filled the air around Mira's throne with smoke that sparkled with its own inner light. Prayer scrolls emerged from hidden compartments, their sacred text glowing as it synchronized with her neural patterns. Integration Phase 2, the servo skull announced. Consciousness preservation and purpose binding. This was the worst part. As the ritual components activated, I could see Mira fighting to maintain her sense of self. Her lips moved, forming the names of her children over and over again. Maria, Thomas, little Jin. But with each repetition, the names became fainter, more distant, as if she was remembering people from a half-forgotten dream. The binding process ensures that individual consciousness serves the greater purpose, Zerash explained. She will remember her children, but that memory will motivate her service to the choir rather than creating psychological conflict. "You're killing her," I said. The words came out before I could stop them. "Death is the cessation of biological function," the tech dominus replied. "Observe, her heart beats, her lungs breathe, her brain processes information. She is more alive now than she has ever been. She has become eternal." The final phase began without announcement. The throne itself started to glow, power conduits running through the stone like veins of liquid fire. Mira's body arched against the restraints as energy flowed through the neural interfaces. And suddenly, her voice changed again. It was still her voice, but it was also something more. harmonies and overtones that human vocal cords couldn't produce naturally, mathematical precision that spoke of thoughts moving at superhuman speeds, and underneath it all, a quality that I can only describe as cosmic, as if her voice was resonating across vast distances, reaching towards something infinitely far away. Integration complete, the servo skull announced. New choir member online. Psychic output stable at Gamma 7 optimal. Consciousness preservation at 96% efficiency. The restraints retracted. The drill probes withdrew, leaving only the crystalline filaments that now pulsed with their own inner light. Mira's eyes opened, and for a moment I hoped to see some trace of the woman who had worried about her children just minutes before. But the eyes that looked at me weren't human anymore. They were vast, cosmic, containing depths of knowledge and pain that no mortal mind could encompass. When she spoke, her voice harmonized with itself in impossible ways. "I understand now," she said, and her voice was beautiful and terrible. "I see the ships lost in the warp. I hear the demons clawing at reality's edge. I feel the Emperor's burden, and I am honored to share it." She looked directly at me, and in that gaze, I saw the last flicker of Mira, the grain counter, the mother of 3 who had been dragged from her simple life into this cosmic horror. That human fragment was still there, trapped inside the thing she had become, screaming silently while her transformed consciousness praised the Emperor's glory. "Who will be next?" Tech Dominus Zerash asked, its mechadendrites already selecting new instruments from their arrays. None of us volunteered. But the servo skulls were already descending, their targeting arrays painting red dots on our terrified faces. The selection process had begun, and we were powerless to stop it. The servo skulls circled above us like mechanical vultures, their auger arrays scanning for something I couldn't understand. Psychological markers, perhaps. Psychic potential readings. Or maybe they were just programmed to select victims in some predetermined order that would maximize the entertainment value for Tech Dominus Zerash. Their choice surprised me. 17, the Tech Dominus announced. "Step forward." The ex-servitor operator didn't move. His augmetic arm hung limp at his side, its power cells apparently drained during our journey into the depths, but his human eye blazed with a defiance that I hadn't expected from someone who had spent years as a half-machine slave. "No," he said simply. "Compliance is not optional," Zerash replied. Its mechadendrites began to move with predatory grace, instruments gleaming in the dim light of the chamber. "Resistance will only increase the pain quotient, which may actually improve your integration efficiency." "Then let it hurt," 17 said. "I've been hurt before." 2 servo skulls descended toward him, neural shockers crackling with bioelectric energy. But 17 was already moving. His good hand shot out and grabbed one of the skulls, crushing its optical array in his grip before hurling it against the wall, where it exploded in a shower of sparks and bone fragments. The second skull fired its neural shocker, but 17 was no stranger to electrical pain. He grimaced as the energy coursed through him, but kept moving, using his massive frame to bulldoze through the lighter servo units that tried to block his path. For a moment, I thought he might actually reach the Tech Dominus. But Zerash was more than a surgical implement. It was a combat unit, designed to pacify the most dangerous psychers that the black ships could deliver. The mechadendrite strike took 17 in the chest, punching through his ribcage with the force of a pile driver. But instead of organs, it found the reinforced cavity where his primary life support systems had been installed during his servitor conversion. "Fascinating," Zerash said, lifting 17's impaled form to eye level. "Partial servitor conversion, but consciousness was never fully suppressed. The integration process will be unique." 17 spat blood onto the Tech Dominus's dome-protected brain. Go to hell. Hell is a theological concept, Zarash replied. But if you insist on maintaining that paradigm, then what awaits you is far worse than any daemon realm. The journey to 17's throne was different from Mira's. Where she had been herded by servo skulls, he was carried by the Tech Dominus itself, impaled on the mechadendrite like a trophy. Blood dripped from his wounds, but his augmetic systems were keeping him alive despite the massive trauma. This one presents interesting challenges, Zarash announced to the chamber. Partial cybernetic conversion creates neural pathway complications. Consciousness has been compartmentalized to prevent servitor mindlock. The integration process will require creativity. 17 was deposited on his assigned throne with no ceremony. The restraints that emerged to secure him were heavier than those that had held Mira, reinforced bindings designed for someone with augmetic strength. But they also had additional components I hadn't seen before. Neural interface ports that matched the specifications of his existing cybernetics. The Omnissiah provides, Zarash said, with something approaching reverence. Your partial conversion was not an obstacle, it was preparation. You were already being prepared for this moment, though neither you nor your masters understood the true purpose. The drilling phase was different for 17. Where Mira had received dozens of fine filaments, his procedure required fewer but much larger probes, industrial-grade interfaces designed to connect with his existing cybernetic systems. The screams that emerged from his throat were augmented by electronic feedback from his vocal synthesizers, creating harmonics that made the very air vibrate. But there was something else in his voice, something that made the existing choir members respond with increased agitation. Their own voices rose in pitch and volume, as if 17's defiance was somehow contagious. Unexpected resonance cascade, reported a servo skull. Integration subject demonstrating psychic amplification of emotional states. Choir stability is decreasing. Fascinating, Zarash mused. His rage is affecting the others. This confirms the theoretical models. The choir operates as a linked psychic network. Individual members can influence the collective emotional state. 17's screaming reached a crescendo as the main neural probe penetrated his skull. But unlike Mira's transformation, his consciousness didn't seem to fragment under the assault. If anything, it seemed to be burning brighter, fighting against the integration process with every fiber of his being. Resistance index exceeding safe parameters, the servo skull warned. Consciousness preservation dropping to 63%. Increase the pain stimulation, Zarash ordered. If his will cannot be broken through standard procedures, we will shatter it through absolute agony. New devices emerged from 17's throne, implements I couldn't name but whose purpose was unmistakable. They began their work with methodical precision, each tool designed to inflict maximum suffering while keeping the victim alive and conscious. 17's screams took on new dimensions of horror. But even as his voice joined the choir's greater harmony, I could hear his defiance. He was singing their song, but he was singing it wrong, introducing discordant notes that spoke of resistance, of refusal, of rage that would not be quieted. Sir, the servo skull reported, the subject's psychic output is destabilizing adjacent choir members, recommending immediate termination and disposal. Negative, Zarash replied immediately. This is unprecedented data. The choir has operated under controlled parameters for 10 millennia. This subject represents the first opportunity to observe what happens when that control is challenged. The Tech Dominus was getting excited. I could see it in the rapid pulsing of the brain within its dome, the increased activity of its neural pathways. This wasn't just a routine integration anymore. It was an experiment. And 17 was the test subject. The final phase of his integration was chaos. Where Mira had been gently guided into her new role as a choir member, 17 was forced. His consciousness was battered and broken, but the fragments that remained were still fighting. Even as his voice joined the eternal song, he was trying to change it, to corrupt it, to turn the Emperor's glory into something else entirely. Integration complete, the servo skull finally announced. Consciousness preservation at 41%. Psychic output is irregular but stable, recommending immediate quarantine protocols. Denied, Zerash said. Observe the effects on the surrounding choir members. I looked at the other occupied thrones and felt my blood run cold. The people strapped to them were no longer singing in perfect harmony. Their voices had taken on subtle variations, minor key changes, slight timing alterations, and emotional undertones that hadn't been there before. 17's defiance was spreading through the psychic network like a virus. Remarkable, the tech dominus breathed. Individual consciousness can apparently influence the collective beyond all theoretical parameters. This subject has introduced chaos into a system that has remained stable for 10,000 years. Is that good? Tomas asked hesitantly. It is data, Zerash replied, and all data serves the Omnissiah. Even chaos can be useful, properly applied. The tech dominus turned its attention to the rest of us, and I could see calculations running behind its human eyes. It was no longer just following routine integration protocols. It was conducting an experiment, and we were the raw materials. The remaining subjects will be processed immediately, it announced. I wish to observe how rapidly the consciousness corruption spreads through a fresh integration batch. The servo skulls descended toward us with renewed purpose, but their selection pattern had changed. Instead of taking us one at a time, they were preparing to integrate multiple subjects simultaneously. The chamber began to reconfigure itself, additional thrones rising from the floor, while surgical arrays deployed from hidden alcoves. No, Lyra whispered. Please, we'll be good. We'll serve the Emperor willingly. Willingness is no longer the relevant parameter, Zerash replied. The question now is whether consciousness corruption is communicable during the integration process itself. Your cooperation is appreciated but not required. The restraints that reached for us were different from those that had held Mira and 17. These were designed for mass processing, efficiency over individualization. We were no longer people to be converted. We were specimens to be processed. And somewhere in the mechanical harmony of the choir, I could hear 17's voice still fighting, still refusing to submit completely to the Emperor's will. His defiance had infected the eternal song, and now Tech Dominus Gizerash wanted to see how far that infection could spread. We were about to find out. Before the mass integration could begin, Tech Dominus Zerash paused. Its mechadendrites retracted from their surgical preparations, and its dome-protected brain pulsed with what I was beginning to recognize as curiosity. There is something you must see first, it announced. Something that will provide proper context for your transformation. The Emperor's work requires understanding, not merely compliance. The servo skulls that had been preparing to drag us to our thrones instead began herding us toward a section of the chamber I hadn't noticed before. Hidden behind the concentric rings of occupied thrones was an archway carved from what looked like black bone. Aquila symbols were etched deep into its surface, but these weren't the protective eagles of imperial iconography. These were carrion birds, their beaks open in hunger, their talons extended toward unseen prey. The Hall of Eternal Record, Zerash explained as it led our procession through the archway. Every soul that has ever served the choir is documented here. Every name, every sacrifice, every moment of transcendence is preserved for the glory of the Emperor. The corridor beyond the archway was impossibly vast. The walls stretched up into darkness above us, but they weren't empty walls. They were covered, floor to ceiling, as far as the eye could see, with brass plates. Each plate was roughly the size of a human hand, and each one was engraved with text so small that I had to squint to make it out. Names. Thousands upon thousands of names. Magnificent, is it not? Zerash said, gesturing with one of its mechadendrites toward the endless expanse of memorial plates. 10,000 years of service to the Golden Throne, documented in perpetuity. I walked closer to the nearest wall and tried to read the plates. The text was in Gothic, but somehow I found I could understand it. Mathus Crolin, Hive Secundus, manufactorum worker. Integrated 23.4.989.M41. Service duration, 4 years, 7 months, 12 days. Psychic output, Gamma 9 stable. Final efficiency, 97%. The Emperor protects. Seravothak, Agriworld Demeter, Grain Harvester. Integrated 15.8.989.M41. Service duration, 2 years, 3 months, 18 days. Psychic output, Beta 2. Variable. Final efficiency, 84%. The Emperor protects. Jin Morovex. Void Ship, Eternal Vigilance, rating 3rd class. Integrated 8.1, 2.9, 89.M41. Service duration, 7 years, 2 months, 1 day. Psychic output, Alpha 6 enhanced. Final efficiency, 99%. The Emperor protects. Service duration, I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The length of time each individual consciousness maintains coherent psychic output before final dissolution. Zerash explained matter-of-factly. The human mind, even enhanced and sustained by the throne's technologies, has limits. Eventually, the stress of constant psychic projection causes consciousness to fragment beyond repair. They die. They transcend, the Tech Dominus corrected. Their individual awareness merges fully with the Emperor's divine consciousness. It is the ultimate reward for faithful service. Tomas had found another section of the wall and was reading names aloud in a hollow voice. Marcus Chen, 7 years of service. Lydia Koska, 3 years. Dmitry Volgan, 9 months. Elsa Mordian, 6 years, 8 months, 3 days. Some last longer than others, Zerash noted. Mental resilience, psychic potential, the strength of their will to serve. All these factors influence service duration. The record holder maintained coherent consciousness for 43 years before achieving transcendence. 43 years of this? Lyra gestured back toward the Chamber of Thrones, where we could still hear the harmonic wailing of the choir. 43 years of the most glorious service possible, Zerash replied. 43 years of ensuring that Imperial ships could navigate the warp safely. 43 years of holding back the forces of chaos. 43 years of direct communion with the Emperor's divine will. We continued down the corridor, and the scale of the memorial began to sink in. The walls stretched endlessly in both directions, and every surface was covered with those brass plates. Millions of names. Billions of names. How many? I asked. The exact count is maintained in the sacred databases, Zerash replied, but approximate calculations suggest that 7,432,819,000 souls have served in the choir since the Emperor's internment upon the Golden Throne. The number was too large to comprehend. 7 billion people, each one with a name, a life, dreams, fears, and loved ones they would never see again. All of them reduced to brass plates on an endless wall. And they all... Tomas couldn't finish the question. All achieved transcendence eventually, Zerash confirmed. Some quickly, some slowly, but all eventually surrendered their individual consciousness to become part of something infinitely greater. We walked in silence for what felt like hours, though time seemed to have no meaning in this place. The brass plates continued in their endless procession, and each one a life sacrificed for the Imperium's survival. But as we went deeper into the Hall of Eternal Record, I began to notice something else. The plates were glowing. At first it was so faint I thought I was imagining it, but the deeper we went, the more obvious it became. Each brass plate had a soft luminescence, as if lit from within, and the glow wasn't constantly pulsing like a heartbeat. "You observe the final mystery," Zarash said, noticing my fascination. "The plates respond to the psychic resonance of the active choir. Each pulse represents a moment when that individual's consciousness briefly reasserts itself within the collective." "They're still there," I breathed. "After transcendence, they're still individual people." "In a sense," the Tech Dominus admitted. "The Emperor's consciousness is vast beyond mortal comprehension, but it is not homogeneous. The billions of souls that comprise it maintain their distinctiveness even as they serve the greater purpose. They are notes in a cosmic symphony, individual yet harmonious." The implications of this revelation were staggering. Every person who had ever been integrated into the choir was still conscious, still aware, still existing somewhere within the Emperor's divine psyche. They hadn't died. They had been absorbed into something larger, but they were still themselves. "Is that supposed to be comforting?" Lyra asked bitterly. "It is truth," Zarash replied. "Whether you find it comforting is irrelevant. Truth requires no emotional validation." But as we stood there surrounded by the memorial to billions of sacrificed souls, something changed. The pulsing of the brass plates began to synchronize, creating a rhythm that seemed to resonate through the floor and walls. And in that rhythm, I began to hear something that made my blood freeze. Voices, whispered names being spoken by the plates themselves. Matas, Sarah, Jin, Marcus, Lydia, Dimitri, Elsa. The names of the dead, spoken by the consciousness that still lingered within the Emperor's vast psyche. They were trying to tell us something, trying to warn us, but their voices were too faint, too fragmented to be understood clearly. "They're trying to communicate," I whispered. "Impossible," Zarash said, but its mechadendrites were already extending sensor arrays toward the nearest plates. The transcended consciousness exists beyond individual will. They cannot." The Tech Dominus stopped mid-sentence as its readings came through. The neural pathways in its exposed brain began firing in rapid patterns, and for the first time since we'd met it, I detected something like uncertainty in its mechanical voice. "This should not be possible," it muttered. "The psychic resonance patterns suggest coordinated activity, but the transcended should not possess sufficient individual consciousness to..." The whispering suddenly stopped. The brass plates went dark, their glow fading to nothing in the span of a heartbeat. The Hall of Eternal Record became silent and still, as if the billions of souls memorialized here had suddenly decided to hold their breath. "What just happened?" Thomas asked. "Unknown," Zarash admitted, "but we will return to the preparation chamber immediately. There are questions that require answers, and your integration can no longer be delayed." As we retraced our steps through the endless corridor of names, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had witnessed something unprecedented. The dead had tried to speak to us, to warn us about what awaited, but their message had been cut short by some higher authority, by the Emperor himself perhaps. When we emerged back into the preparation chamber, I immediately noticed that something had changed. The choir's song had taken on new harmonics, darker tones, minor keys, and emotional undertones that spoke of desperation rather than worship. 17's corruption was still spreading through the psychic network, and it was accelerating. Fascinating. Zerash breathed. The consciousness disruption is proceeding beyond all theoretical models. We must begin the next phase immediately before the effect spreads to the primary choir chambers. The servo skulls descended toward us again, but this time they weren't alone. Combat servitors emerged from hidden alcoves, hulking cyborg constructs designed to pacify even the most dangerous psykers. Our time for resistance was over. "Who will volunteer to be next?" the Tech Dominus asked, though we all knew the question was rhetorical. But before any of us could respond, the chamber's Vox system crackled to life. The voice that emerged was vast, ancient, and filled with a weariness that spoke of 10,000 years of unimaginable suffering. "Bring them to me." Zarash's exposed brain went completely still for a moment, all neural activity ceasing as the implications of that command sank in. "The Emperor," it whispered. "He wishes to speak with them directly." The journey deeper into the palace took us through corridors that defied human comprehension. The architecture here was older than the Imperium itself, walls of living bone that pulsed with their own heartbeat, floors of crystallized blood that reflected our terrified faces like dark mirrors. The very air hummed with psychic energy so intense that breathing it felt like swallowing lightning. Tech Dominus Zerash led our procession in reverent silence, its mechadendrites folded in what might have been prayer. The combat servitors flanked us, their weapon systems powered down, but ready to activate at the first sign of resistance. Not that any of us were foolish enough to try running in this place. Even if we could somehow overcome our escorts, where would we go? We were in the deepest heart of the Imperial Palace, surrounded by defenses that could annihilate armies. "The Emperor rarely speaks directly to integration candidates," Zerash explained as we walked. "In 10,000 years of service, I have witnessed it perhaps a dozen times. You should feel honored." "Honored?" Lyra laughed bitterly. "We're being led to our deaths." "Death is a human concept," the Tech Dominus replied. "What awaits you is transformation into something far grander than mere mortality could ever achieve." The corridor opened into a vast chamber that made the preparation hall look like a closet. The ceiling vanished into darkness above us, supported by pillars carved from what looked like fossilized Titan bones. Between the pillars hung banners, not the proud imperial eagles I was used to seeing, but older symbols. Pre-Unity iconography, from the days when the Emperor had first walked among humanity as a man rather than a god. But it wasn't the architecture that made us stop in our tracks. It was the sound. The choir's song was deafening here, but not in the way I had expected. Instead of the harmonious voices we'd heard before, this was chaos. Thousands upon thousands of individual voices, all singing different parts of what might once have been the same song. Some sang in languages I didn't recognize. Others weren't singing at all, but screaming, weeping, pleading for mercy that would never come. "The primary resonance chamber," Zerash announced with something approaching pride. "Here, the choir's full voice is gathered and focused before projection through the Astronomicon relay systems." The chamber was filled with thrones similar to those we'd seen before, but these were different. Larger, more elaborate, connected by thick cables that pulsed with data streams and psychic energy. The occupants were barely recognizable as human anymore. Their bodies had been so extensively modified and augmented that they looked more like components in some vast machine than people. But their voices, Emperor's blood, their voices. Each one was singing a different part of a cosmic symphony, their individual melodies weaving together into something that human minds weren't designed to comprehend. But listening to it, I began to understand things that I'd never known before. I could feel the presence of Imperial ships scattered across the galaxy, their navigators desperately seeking the light of the Astronomicon to guide them through the hellish maze of the warp. I could sense the demon legions pressing against reality's barriers, held back only by the psychic force of these tortured souls. And I could feel the Emperor himself, a presence so vast and terrible that even perceiving its edge was enough to drive men mad. 1,000 per day, announced a new voice. The figure that emerged from between the towering thrones was human, or had once been, an adept of the administratum, judging by the robes and purity seals, but one who had been granted access to knowledge that most humans couldn't survive knowing. His eyes were solid white, burned out by visions of cosmic truth, but he moved with the confidence of someone who could see far more than mere light could reveal. Adept mathematician Kroger, Zerash said by way of introduction, keeper of the sacred calculations. 1,000 per day, Kroger repeated, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. Every day, for 10,000 years. The choir requires constant feeding to maintain optimal psychic output. 1,000 souls to replace those who achieve transcendence. 1,000 new voices to join the eternal song. That's... Thomas was trying to do the math, his augmetic eye cycling through calculation matrices. That's over 3.5 billion people. 3,650,250,000. Kroger corrected with mechanical precision. Plus or minus statistical variations for leap years and imperial calendar adjustments. The scale was incomprehensible. Nearly 4 billion human beings, taken from their lives and families and dreams, all to fuel the Emperor's great work. And that was just in the past 10 millennia. The choir had existed in various forms since the Great Crusade began. But that's just the beginning, Kroger continued. The daily tithe of 1,000 is merely a maintenance level. Special operations require additional expenditure. Military campaigns, warp storm suppression, demon incursions. Each crisis demands its own sacrifice. He gestured toward a section of the chamber where the thrones were arranged differently, not in the concentric circles we'd seen before, but in tight clusters around focal points that gleamed with unnatural light. The Macarian crusade required an additional 10,000 souls to power the psychic beacons that guided the fleet through the Sabbat worlds. The Third War for Armageddon consumed 50,000 to maintain the barriers that prevented demon reinforcement. The Tyrannic Wars. The Tyrannic Wars required innovations in psychic warfare that cost us nearly 500,000 souls. 500,000 people, Lyra whispered. 500,000 heroes, Kroger corrected. Their sacrifice enabled the defeat of Hive Fleet Behemoth. Without their willing participation in transcendence, the Terranids would have consumed the galaxy. Willing? I couldn't keep the anger out of my voice. None of us volunteered for this. Volunteering is a luxury for those who have choices, the adept mathematician replied. The Imperium does not have that luxury. Every day we exist is a victory stolen from the jaws of extinction. Every hour of survival is purchased with blood and souls and suffering beyond imagination. He moved between the occupied thrones, his blind eyes somehow able to navigate perfectly around the cables and support structures. His hands moved over control surfaces I couldn't see, adjusting settings and monitoring outputs with the casual expertise of long practice. Do you know what happens when the choir falls silent? He asked, even for a few minutes. We didn't answer, but he continued anyway. Ships die in the warp, their crews driven mad by demon whispers or consumed by entities that exist beyond the boundaries of physical reality. Hive worlds fall to possession plagues as their psychic defenses collapse. Entire systems vanish into warp storms that rage for centuries. He paused beside one of the thrones, placing his hand on the head of its occupant, a middle-aged woman whose skull had been opened to accommodate a crown of crystalline interfaces. This is Marta Schlesing, he said. She was a teacher on Sholam Progenium world Keras. She taught children Imperial history and basic Gothic. She had no psychic abilities worth mentioning. The woman's eyes tracked toward us at the mention of her name, and I could see intelligence there. Recognition. She remembered being Marta the teacher, even as her voice contributed to the cosmic harmony that kept reality stable. She has served in the choir for 7 years now, Kroger continued. Her psychic output has been steadily increasing as the enhancement procedures take effect. At current rates, she will achieve transcendence in approximately 3 more years. And then? Then she will become one with the Emperor's divine consciousness, and her place will be taken by another volunteer. The cycle continues, as it must continue, until either humanity achieves final victory over chaos, or we are all consumed by the darkness between the stars. Kroger's blind gaze turned toward us, and somehow I knew he could see us perfectly, despite his burned-out eyes. "You 5 represent today's intake from Subsector Tertius," he announced. "Your integration will bring the active choir membership to optimal levels for the next phase of operations." "What operations?" Thomas asked. "Classified," Kroger replied immediately. "But I can tell you that the Emperor has plans that require unprecedented levels of psychic energy. Your service will be remembered long after the stars themselves burn out." A new sound entered the chamber, footsteps that seemed to shake the very foundations of reality. But they weren't coming from any visible source. The sound was psychic, transmitted directly into our minds by a presence too vast to comprehend. "He comes," Zarash whispered, its mechadendrites folding in what was definitely prayer now. The air in front of us began to shimmer, and suddenly we weren't alone in the chamber. A figure stood before us, not physically present, but so psychically powerful that reality itself bent around his projected consciousness. The Emperor of mankind had come to speak with us personally, and in that moment, I understood why even the briefest glimpse of his true nature could drive men mad. This wasn't the golden god of imperial propaganda or the corpse thing that heretics claimed ruled from the throne. This was something far older and far more terrible, a being that had walked among humanity since before recorded history, accumulating power and knowledge and suffering beyond any mortal comprehension. His voice, when he spoke, was the sound of galaxies being born and dying. "My children," he said, and the words echoed through dimensions I didn't know existed. "Come closer. There is much you need to understand before you take your place in the great work." The presence that stood before us was not the Emperor, not entirely. I could sense immediately that this was only a fragment of his consciousness, a splinter broken off from the vast psychic entity that resided within the Golden Throne. But even this fragment was more powerful than anything I could have imagined. His form shifted constantly, never quite settling on a single appearance. Sometimes he looked like the golden god of imperial iconography, towering, perfect, radiating divine light. Other times, he appeared as he might have during the Great Crusade, a warrior king in power armor, bearing weapons that could reshape reality with a thought. But most often, he looked tired, ancient beyond measure, worn down by 10,000 years of unimaginable responsibility. "Do not attempt to perceive my true nature," he warned, his voice resonating directly in our minds rather than through sound. "Your sanity would not survive the experience." We dropped to our knees without conscious thought. In the presence of divinity, our bodies responded instinctively, recognizing power that transcended mortal understanding. But the Emperor gestured for us to rise. "There is no time for ceremony," he said. "What I must tell you cannot wait for ritual observance." Tech Dominus Zarash and adept mathematician Kroger had both prostrated themselves completely, their forms pressed against the chamber floor in absolute submission. Even the combat servitors had powered down, their machine spirits recognizing an authority that commanded immediate obedience. "You have questions," the Emperor continued, his attention focused entirely on us 5 terrified mortals. "You want to understand why this sacrifice is necessary, why I demand the lives of so many billions to sustain my existence." His form solidified slightly, taking on the appearance of a man perhaps 40 years old, wearing simple robes that somehow seemed more regal than any crown. But his eyes contained depths that spoke of experiences spanning millennia. "I have watched every death," he said simply. "Every soul that has been consumed by the Golden Throne, every consciousness that has been absorbed into the choir. I have been present for all of them. I have felt their fear, their pain, their final moments of terror before transcendence. Do you think I am unmoved by this suffering?" Lyra found the courage to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then why? Why continue?" The Emperor's gaze turned to her, and for a moment, his expression was purely human. A father looking at his child, knowing that he must hurt her to save her from something far worse. "Because the alternative is extinction," he said. "Not just death, extinction. Complete and absolute erasure of everything humanity has ever been or ever could become." He gestured, and the air around us filled with images, visions drawn from his vast consciousness and projected directly into our minds. We saw the galaxy as it truly was, not the heroic tapestry of Imperial propaganda, but a universe locked in apocalyptic war. "The forces of chaos press against reality from every direction," the Emperor explained, as we watched demon legions beyond counting assault the barriers between the material universe and the warp. "They are not merely evil, they are entropy given consciousness. They seek not conquest, but the complete dissolution of ordered existence." The visions shifted, showing us the Tyrannid hive fleets drifting through the void between galaxies. Billions upon billions of creatures whose only purpose was consumption, reducing entire worlds to bare rock before moving on to the next system. The Tyrannids would devour every living thing in the galaxy and then move on to the next, leaving nothing but empty space in their wake. They are not evil, they are a force of nature, as inevitable as gravity and as merciless as time itself. More images flashed through our consciousness. The Necron tomb worlds, awakening after 60 million years of slumber, their star-destroying weapons preparing to cleanse the galaxy of all organic life. The Necrons seek to restore their ancient empire by eliminating every species that arose after their hibernation. They would turn every world into a sterile monument to their own immortality. And then we saw the Orcs, not the crude barbarians of Imperial training films, but an entire ecosystem dedicated to war. Spores drifting through space, seeking new worlds to infect. War. Energies that could literally reshape reality through collective belief in violence. Each of these threats could destroy humanity completely, the Emperor continued, and they are all pressing against us simultaneously. The only thing that holds them back is the Imperium, and the only thing that holds the Imperium together is the psychic network that depends on the Golden Throne. The visions faded, leaving us alone with the Emperor's fragment in the vast chamber. The choir continued their eternal song around us, but now I understood what they were truly singing. Not hymns of praise, but a psychic barrier against annihilation. Their voices were the only things standing between humanity and absolute extinction. "But surely there must be another way," Thomas said desperately. "Some other method that doesn't require so much suffering." The Emperor's expression grew infinitely sad. "Do you think I have not searched for alternatives?" he asked. "I have spent 10,000 years exploring every possible solution. I have delved into sciences that predate human civilization. I have bargained with entities older than this galaxy. I have sacrificed everything, my body, my humanity, my very soul, in the search for a better path. He moved closer to us, and I could feel the weight of his presence, like a mountain pressing down on my consciousness. The Golden Throne is failing, he admitted. The mechanisms that sustain it grow weaker with each passing year. Soon, the daily sacrifice of 1,000 souls will no longer be sufficient. The power requirements are exponential. Within centuries, I will need tens of thousands per day, then hundreds of thousands, then millions. That's impossible, Kroger said from where he still lay prostrated. The population base couldn't sustain such losses. Precisely, the Emperor replied, which is why I am preparing alternatives. Something in his tone made my blood freeze. The fragment of divine consciousness standing before us suddenly seemed less like a benevolent father and more like something infinitely alien, operating by logic that human minds couldn't grasp. What alternatives? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Apotheosis, he said simply. The transformation of my consciousness from its current fragmented state into something that can sustain itself without external feeding. But such a transformation requires a tremendous surge of psychic energy. The accumulated power of every soul that has ever served in the choir, released simultaneously and channeled into a single moment of transcendence. The implications hit us like a physical blow. Every soul that had ever been consumed by the Golden Throne, billions of consciousnesses preserved within the Emperor's divine psyche, could potentially be expended in a single cosmic event. You would kill them all, Lyra whispered. Everyone who ever served. Everyone who's serving now. I would transform them, the Emperor corrected. Their individual consciousnesses would become part of something infinitely greater. Instead of singing eternally in the choir, they would become aspects of a true God, a deity with the power to protect humanity without requiring constant sacrifice. And if it fails? 17 asked. His voice was different now, distorted by the mechanical modifications from his integration, but his defiance was still there. If it fails, humanity dies, the Emperor said bluntly. The throne collapses, the barriers fall, and chaos consumes everything. But if I do nothing, humanity dies slowly instead of quickly. The choice is between a quick gamble with unknown odds or a certain defeat through gradual attrition. He looked at each of us in turn, and I could see something in his expression that hadn't been there before. Hope. Desperate, terrible hope. But recent events have suggested a third possibility, he continued. The consciousness disruption introduced by your companion has created unprecedented resonance patterns within the choir. An individual will, properly channeled, might be able to enhance the apotheosis process, rather than simply providing raw energy for it. You mean 17's resistance? I asked. I mean all of your resistance, the Emperor replied. Your fear, your anger, your refusal to accept this fate quietly. These emotions are powerful psychic catalysts. If they can be integrated properly, they might provide the additional energy needed to ensure success. The chamber fell silent, except for the choir's eternal song. We were being offered a choice of sorts, not between freedom and servitude, but between different forms of sacrifice. We could serve traditionally, adding our voices to the eternal song until transcendence claimed us. Or we could become part of something unprecedented, a cosmic gamble that might free humanity from its endless cycle of suffering. What guarantee do we have? Thomas asked. How do we know you're telling us the truth? You don't, the Emperor admitted. I could be lying. This could all be an elaborate manipulation to secure your cooperation. You have no way of verifying anything I've told you. He paused, and his form began to fade slightly as the fragment of consciousness prepared to return to the golden throne. But consider this. If I were truly the tyrant that some believe me to be, why would I bother explaining anything? Why not simply force your compliance through technological means? I am telling you this because the choice you make will determine the fate of the species, and that choice must be made freely, with full knowledge of the consequences. The Emperor's presence was almost gone now, but his final words echoed through the chamber with absolute authority. "Think carefully," he said. "Your decision will echo through eternity, one way or another." And then he was gone, leaving us alone with our terror and the terrible weight of cosmic responsibility. In the moments after the Emperor's fragment withdrew, something unprecedented happened to us. The psychic resonance of his presence had temporarily enhanced our latent abilities, and suddenly we could perceive things that human minds weren't designed to comprehend. I found myself seeing through 10,000 eyes at once. The sensation was indescribable. My consciousness suddenly expanded to encompass the perspectives of the entire active choir. Every soul strapped to those crystalline thrones, every voice singing in the eternal harmony, every mind trapped in the Emperor's great work. For a terrifying moment, I was all of them simultaneously. Through Marta Schlesing, the teacher from Keras, I felt the gentle guidance of an Imperial Navy cruiser through a particularly turbulent section of the warp. Her consciousness, enhanced and amplified by the throne's crystalline interfaces, reached across impossible distances to touch the mind of the ship's navigator. This way, her thoughts whispered across the void. Safety lies 3 degrees to port, 2 degrees down. The daemon's current weakness is there. Through Marcus Chen, 7 years of service, according to his memorial plate, I experienced the cosmic perspective of the Astronomicon itself. Not the physical lighthouse of Imperial mythology, but a psychic beacon that burned in dimensions beyond human understanding. His voice, joined with thousands of others, created a song that could be heard from one side of the galaxy to the other. Ships lost in the warp's chaotic tides used that song as their guide home, following its harmonies through spaces where direction and distance had no meaning. Through Dmitry Volgan, 9 months of service, I felt the weight of holding reality together. His consciousness was part of a psychic barrier that existed in the deepest layers of the warp, a wall of human will that kept the worst demon princes from manifesting in real space. I could feel them pressing against that barrier constantly, entities of pure malevolence seeking any crack or weakness that might allow them to pour through into our reality. "We sing," came the collective thought, transmitted through the psychic network that connected every choir member. "We sing, and the ships find their way home. We sing, and the demons are held at bay. We sing, and reality remains stable. This is our purpose. This is our joy." But underneath that artificial contentment, I could sense something else. The individual consciousnesses that comprised the choir were still there, still aware, still fundamentally human despite their transformation. And they were suffering. Not just physical pain, though that was constant and overwhelming, but a deeper anguish that came from understanding exactly what they had lost. Marta still dreamed of her students, still worried about whether they were learning their lessons properly. Marcus remembered his wife's laugh and wondered if she had remarried after his disappearance. Dmitri thought constantly about the son he would never see grow up. They were all trapped in their own personal hells, forced to sing hymns of praise while their hearts broke over and over again. "The new ones resist," came another collective thought, and I realized they were referring to us. Their fear creates dissonance in the harmony. They must be integrated quickly before the disruption spreads. "No," came a different voice, stronger, more defiant. It was 17's consciousness, enhanced by his partial integration, but still fighting against the system that had claimed him. They should resist. We all should resist. This isn't service, it's slavery. Blasphemy responded the collective, but I could sense uncertainty in that response. Individual voices within the choir were beginning to question, to remember what they had been before their transformation. The Emperor protects, came the traditional response, but it sounded hollow now. We serve willingly for the good of humanity. Look around you, 17's voice shot back. Look at what we've become. This isn't protection, it's consumption. He's devouring us to sustain himself. The psychic network began to destabilize as more individual voices joined the debate. For 10,000 years, the choir had sung in perfect harmony, their consciousnesses synchronized by pain and purpose. But now, cracks were appearing in that unity. I had a daughter, came Marta's voice, filled with anguish. Her name was Eleanor. She would be 37 now. Does she remember me? Does she know what happened to her mother? I was building a house, and added another voice, someone I didn't recognize. Stone by stone, with my own hands. It was going to be perfect. My wife was pregnant with our first child. There was a garden behind my hab unit, came a third voice. I grew real flowers there, not the synthetic ones from the manufacturums. They bloomed in the spring, yellow and red and beautiful. One by one, the voices in the choir began to remember their lives, their dreams, their loves. The harmony that had sustained the Emperor's great work for 10 millennia was dissolving into chaos as individual consciousness reasserted itself. Stop, came a new voice, vast, terrible, unmistakably divine. The Emperor's attention had turned to the disruption, and his psychic presence slammed down on the rebellious voices like a mountain. You will sing, you will serve. The species depends on your unity. The species depends on our slavery, 17 responded, his defiance somehow growing stronger in the face of divine wrath. And maybe it's time to find a better way. The psychic backlash was immediate and devastating. The Emperor's consciousness reached into the network and began forcibly restoring harmony, suppressing individual voices, and reimposing the synchronized songs that kept reality stable. But the damage was already done. Doubt had been introduced into a system that required absolute faith to function. Through my expanded awareness, I could feel Imperial ships beginning to drift off course as the Astronomicon flickered. Warp storms stirred in distant sectors as the psychic barriers weakened. Demon cults on a dozen worlds felt the change and began their summoning rituals with renewed hope. See what your rebellion costs? The Emperor's voice thundered through the network. See how many will die because you value your individual suffering over humanity's survival. Maybe, came 17's reply, fainter now as the Emperor's power pressed down on him. That's a price worth paying. The psychic connection snapped, and I found myself back in my own consciousness, alone and terrified in the vast chamber. The other four were similarly affected. Lyra was weeping, Thomas was shaking uncontrollably, and Mira was laughing hysterically, her mind struggling to process what she had experienced. Fascinating, Tech Dominus Zarash said, its mechanical voice cutting through our shock. The temporary psychic enhancement has allowed you to directly interface with the choir network. The data we've gathered from this event will be invaluable. What just happened? I gasped. Revolution, came a new voice from the shadows between the towering thrones. For the first time in 10,000 years, the slaves have remembered that they were once free. The figure that stepped into the light was human, or had been once. An inquisitor, judging by the power armor and the symbols of authority, but one whose equipment looked ancient even by Imperial standards. The skull and eye insignia on his breastplate was worn smooth by age, and his face showed the kind of weariness that came from witnessing too much truth. "Inquisitor Vex," Zarash said, its tone suddenly wary. "Your presence here was not scheduled." "My presence here is necessary," Vex replied, his gaze fixed on us with uncomfortable intensity. "These five have done something that I thought impossible. They've introduced chaos into the perfect order of the choir, and chaos, properly directed, might be exactly what we need." "Heresy," Kroger protested from where he still knelt. "The choir must maintain perfect harmony, or the barriers will fail." "The barriers are failing anyway," Vex said bluntly. "The Emperor knows it, even if he won't admit it openly. The current system is unsustainable, and we're running out of time to find alternatives." He approached us slowly, his movements careful and non-threatening. But the bolt pistol at his side and the force sword across his back made it clear that he was far from helpless. "I've been monitoring the choir for 3 centuries," he continued, "watching for any sign that the status quo might be changed. Today, you've given me that sign." "What do you want from us?" Thomas asked. "I want you to choose," Vex replied. "The Emperor offered you a choice between traditional service and his apotheosis gamble. But there's a third option, one he didn't mention because he doesn't know it exists." The Inquisitor's eyes gleamed with the fervor of a man who had discovered something that could change everything. "Rebellion," he said simply. "The complete overthrow of the current system and the establishment of something new. Something that doesn't require the suffering of billions to sustain itself." "That's impossible," Zarash protested. "Without the choir, the barriers will fall. Chaos will consume everything." "Will it?" Vex asked. "Or have we been so focused on maintaining the status quo that we've never explored other possibilities?" He gestured toward the occupied thrones, where the choir members were struggling to restore their harmony, despite the doubts that had been awakened in their minds. "For 10,000 years, we've fed souls to a dying god and called it necessity. But what if it isn't? What if there are other ways to achieve the same result?" "You're talking about betraying the Emperor," Lyra whispered. "I'm talking about saving him," Vex replied, "and saving humanity in the process. But it will require courage beyond anything you can imagine, and sacrifices that make the current system look merciful by comparison." The chamber fell silent, except for the disrupted harmonies of the choir. 3 paths lay before us now: traditional service, the Emperor's apotheosis gamble, or something entirely new and terrifyingly uncertain. And we had to choose. "Before you decide," Inquisitor Vex said, "you need to understand exactly what the choir does. Not the sanitized version they teach in the Schola Progenium, but the brutal reality of how the Imperium actually functions." He activated a holographic projector built into his ancient power armor, and suddenly, the chamber filled with images of the galaxy, not the stylized maps of Imperial propaganda, but raw data streams showing the true state of the Imperium's domain. "Function 1, he announced. "Navigation." The hologram focused on a single system at the galaxy's edge, 3 worlds orbiting a dying star, their surfaces covered in the industrial sprawl of mining colonies. Nothing remarkable about them, just another set of resource extraction worlds, feeding the Imperium's endless hunger for raw materials. "The Kalos system," Vex explained. "Population, 200 million souls across 3 worlds. Primary export, rare earth metals essential for void ship construction. Strategic importance, minimal." A new element appeared in the hologram, an Imperial Navy convoy consisting of 12 cargo haulers escorted by a single frigate. The ships were moving through the warp, following trade routes that had been established millennia ago. "The ships you see are carrying food and medical supplies," Vex continued. "Kalos Primary is experiencing a plague outbreak, that has already killed 50,000 people. Without these supplies, the entire system will collapse into chaos within months. I watched the convoy's progress through the hellish non-space of the warp. Even through the holographic display, I could sense the wrongness of that realm, the way distance and direction became meaningless, the way time flowed in eddies and currents that followed no natural law. Navigation through the warp requires psychic guidance, Vex explained. The ship's navigator can see the currents and avoid the worst dangers, but he needs a fixed reference point to maintain course. That reference point is the Astronomicon, the psychic lighthouse powered by the choir's eternal song. The hologram shifted, showing us the navigator aboard the lead cargo hauler. He was a grotesquely mutated figure, his forehead dominated by a third eye that wept constantly as it gazed into dimensions that human minds weren't designed to perceive. But despite his horrific appearance, I could see the desperate concentration on his face as he struggled to guide his ship through the chaotic maze of the warp. Navigator Prime Corvus, Vex said. 47 years of service, 17 successful warp jumps, holder of the seal of safe passage from the Navi's nobility. One of the best in the business. Through the hologram, I could hear the navigator's voice as he communed with his ship's cogitators and astropathic choir. Bearing steady on 27 Mark IV, he muttered, his third eye tracking movement through spaces that existed beyond the material universe. Astronomicon's signal strong and clear. The Emperor's light guides us through the darkness. But as we watched, something began to go wrong. Warp current intensifying, Corvus reported, his voice taking on an edge of concern. Demon sign detected bearing 08 Mark 7, adjusting course to compensate. The hologram showed what the navigator was seeing. Streamers of unreality flowing like cosmic rivers through the immaterial realm. But there were other things moving in those currents, entities that belonged to nightmare rather than any natural order. Demons. They were drawn to the convoy like sharks to blood, their forms shifting and changing as they swam through the psychic medium of the warp. Some looked almost human, if you could ignore the extra limbs and the faces that existed in too many dimensions. Others defied description entirely, geometric impossibilities that hurt to perceive, even through the holographic display. The convoy is under assault, Vex said matter-of-factly. Standard demon incursion, the kind that happens thousands of times every day across the galaxy. This is where the choir becomes essential. I felt it before I saw it, a shift in the psychic atmosphere of the chamber around us. The voices of the choir suddenly focused their attention on the distant convoy, their individual songs merging into something that could reach across the galaxy in an instant. Through my residual connection to the psychic network, I could sense what they were doing. Hundreds of souls were joining their power together, creating a psychic beacon so bright that it could cut through the warp's chaos like a sword through flesh. Astronomicon's signal strengthening, Navigator Corvus reported, relief evident in his voice. The Emperor's light burns brighter. Course correction possible. The daemons recoiled from the intensified beacon like insects fleeing from fire. But they didn't retreat entirely. They began circling the convoy at a greater distance, waiting for any weakness in the psychic defenses. This is the first function of the choir, Vex explained. Navigation. Every day, thousands of Imperial ships rely on their guidance to traverse the warp safely. Without that psychic lighthouse, most would be lost within hours. The hologram showed us the successful completion of the convoy's journey, the ships translating back into real space near Callus Primary, their precious cargo intact and ready for distribution. 50,000 plague victims would live, because the choir had guided their salvation through the nightmare realm of the warp. But look at the cost, Vex continued. The display shifted to show us the choir members who had participated in the guidance operation. 3 of them, souls who had been singing in the eternal song for years, showed signs of severe psychic strain. Their voices faltered. Their consciousness began to fragment under the pressure of reaching across such vast distances. Transcendence approaches for these 3, Tech Dominus Sirash observed clinically. Their service has been exemplary, but their individual consciousness can no longer maintain coherence. They will achieve unity with the Emperor within days. I watched in horror as the 3 choir members, people with names and histories and dreams, slowly dissolved into the larger psychic matrix. Their individual voices faded, their memories becoming part of the Emperor's vast consciousness. Their personalities consumed by something infinitely larger. Every navigation operation costs us souls, Vex said quietly. Some small, some large, but there is always a price. And the price is getting higher. He activated new displays, showing shipping routes across the galaxy. Millions of vessels move through the warp every day, each one requiring psychic guidance to reach its destination safely. The warp is becoming more turbulent, he continued. Chaos incursions are increasing in frequency and intensity. What once required a dozen choir voices now needs 50. What once consumed 1 soul per 100 transits now consumes 5. But the alternative is worse, Kroger protested from his position of prostration. Without navigation, the Imperium collapses, trade stops, communication fails, worlds starve in isolation. I'm not arguing with the necessity, Vex replied. I'm pointing out the unsustainability. We're burning through souls faster than we can replace them, and the rate of consumption is accelerating. He showed us projections, mathematical models that trace the current trends into the future. Within centuries, the choir would need to consume the entire population of worlds just to maintain basic navigation services. This is why the Emperor is considering apotheosis, Vex said. The current system is dying. We need either a fundamental change in how psychic power is generated or, Lyra asked. Or we accept the Emperor's gamble and hope that divine transcendence will solve our resource problems. Vex's expression was grim. But there's a third option, one that doesn't involve feeding billions more souls to a dying god. He paused the holographic display and turned to face us directly. What if we could maintain navigation without the choir? What if there were other ways to project psychic power across the galaxy? Impossible, Zerash said immediately. The theoretical energy requirements are based on current methodologies, Vex interrupted. But there are other possibilities. Older technologies that predate the Golden Throne, alien techniques that we've dismissed as heretical, even chaos methodologies that could be adapted for Imperial use. The blasphemy of his words hung in the air like a physical presence. To suggest using chaos techniques for Imperial purposes was heresy of the highest order. You're talking about dealing with demons, Thomas said, his voice filled with horror. I'm talking about survival, Vex replied. The current path leads to extinction, either quickly through the collapse of the throne, or slowly through the gradual consumption of humanity's entire population. Alternative methods might be distasteful, but they offer hope for long-term survival. The Inquisitor's words carried the weight of absolute conviction, but they also carried something else, desperation. He was a man who had seen too much truth and was willing to embrace any solution, no matter how dangerous. Think about it, he continued. The convoy we just watched would have reached its destination regardless. The navigator could have found his way without the choir's guidance. It would have been more dangerous, more difficult, but not impossible. We've become so dependent on the throne that we've forgotten there were other ways. Other ways that got humanity almost wiped out during Old Night, Kroger reminded him. The warp storms that preceded the Emperor's Great Crusade were caused by exactly the kind of experimentation you're suggesting. And yet humanity survived Old Night, Vex countered. Without the Golden Throne, without the choir, without any of the systems we consider essential. Maybe it's time to learn from our ancestors' resilience instead of their mistakes. The holographic display flickered and died as Vex deactivated his projector. But the images remained burned into our minds. The successful convoy, the cost in souls, the mathematical certainty of eventual collapse. This is Function 1, he said. Navigation. Essential, costly, and ultimately unsustainable. Now let me show you Function 2, and you'll begin to understand why the current system must change. The chamber's Vox system crackled to life, carrying a message that made my blood run cold. Alert. Massive demon incursion detected in Sector Ultima. All available choir resources are to be redirected immediately. Prepare for emergency warding operations. Klaxons began to wail throughout the vast chamber, and I could see the choir members beginning to sing with renewed intensity. Whatever was coming would require their full power to contain. Perfect timing, Vex said grimly. You're about to see Function 2 in action. The chamber transformed around us as the emergency protocols activated. The casual, almost academic atmosphere of Vex's demonstration vanished, replaced by the controlled chaos of a military operation in progress. Servo skulls descended from hidden alcoves by the hundreds, their optical arrays glowing as they transmitted targeting data and psychic resonance readings. Tech adepts emerged from maintenance tunnels, their mechadendrites interfacing with control surfaces that I hadn't noticed before. The very walls seemed to come alive with flowing patterns of light as power conduits activated throughout the structure. Sector Ultima, Subsector 7, reported a new voice, another adept mathematician, this one bearing the scars of psychic burn across half his face. Hive World Mordian 3. Population, 47 billion souls. The holographic display flickered back to life, showing us a world that epitomized the Imperium's urban sprawl. Towering spires stretched toward the sky, each one housing millions of people in cramped hab units. Industrial sectors belched smoke and radiation into an atmosphere that hadn't seen natural sunlight in millennia. It was ugly, overcrowded, and polluted, but it was home to 47 billion human beings. Initial demon manifestations detected 3 hours ago, the scarred adept continued. Local authorities dismissed them as isolated incidents. Cult activity suspected but not confirmed. Always the same story, Vex muttered. By the time the local authorities admit they have a problem, it's already too late for conventional solutions. The display zoomed in on specific areas of the Hive City, showing us the progression of the demon incursion. It had started small, individual possessions, localized reality distortions, minor warp phenomena that could be explained away or covered up by planetary officials who didn't want to admit their world was under assault. But now the situation was escalating beyond any hope of conventional containment. Current manifestation count exceeds 2,000 individual entities, the adept reported. Demon classification, mixed lesser and greater forms. Primary aspects, Khorne, Slanesh, minor Tzeentch presence. Estimated cult strength, 50 to 100,000 active participants. 50,000 cultists. An entire city's worth of humans who had turned to chaos worship, opening their souls as gateways for demonic invasion. Each one was a breach in reality's fabric, allowing entities from the warp to pour through into the material universe. Local Imperial Guard forces are overwhelmed, the adept continued. Astra Militarum Command is requesting immediate orbital bombardment to contain the incursion. 47 billion people, Lyra whispered. They want to kill 47 billion people. Standard doctrine, Vex explained grimly. When demon incursion reaches critical mass, The only reliable solution is exterminatus. Destroy the entire world to prevent the corruption from spreading to neighboring systems. But that's genocide, Vex finished. 47 billion souls sacrificed to prevent a greater catastrophe. The mathematics are brutal but clear. Better to lose one world than an entire sector. The holographic display showed us the orbital defense platforms powering up their cyclonic torpedo batteries. Weapons capable of cracking a planet's crust were being prepared for deployment against a human world. In a matter of hours, Mordian III would be nothing but radioactive debris. Unless, Tech Dominus Sirash announced, the choir can establish effective warding before the corruption spreads beyond containment thresholds. Function 2, Vex said. Warding. The projection of psychic barriers to contain demonic incursions and prevent reality collapse. The chamber's acoustic system suddenly filled with a new harmony, as hundreds of choir voices joined together for the warding operation. But this wasn't the gentle guidance song we'd heard during the navigation demonstration. This was something harsher, more militant, a psychic weapon forged from human agony and directed across the galaxy with surgical precision. Through my residual connection to the psychic network, I could feel what they were doing. Individual souls were linking together, their consciousness merging into something greater than the sum of its parts. But instead of creating a beacon of light, they were weaving a web of pure force, barriers that existed in the deepest levels of reality itself. Warding initiation successful, reported the scarred adept. Psychic barriers are deploying around primary manifestation sites, demon entities showing containment response. The holographic display showed the effects in real time. Across Mordian III, the spreading demon incursions suddenly hit walls they couldn't pass. Lesser demons simply ceased to exist as the psychic barriers cut them off from their warp energy sources. Greater entities found themselves trapped, their power constrained by nets of human will made manifest, but the cost was immediately apparent. Choir casualties mounting, another servo skull reported. 17 souls have achieved transcendence. Psychic strain index approaching critical levels. 17 people had just died to create those barriers. 17 consciousnesses had been consumed by the effort of projecting force across interstellar distances. And the operation was just beginning. The barriers are only temporary, Vex explained as we watched the choir's desperate struggle. Maintaining them requires constant effort, constant sacrifice. Every minute those wards stay active costs us souls. I could see it happening through the psychic network. Individual choir members were burning themselves out, their consciousness fragmenting under the strain of maintaining barriers against entities that existed beyond natural law. One by one, they passed beyond their limits and dissolved into the Emperor's greater psyche. But it's working, Thomas said desperately. The demons are contained. For now, Vex replied, but watch what happens when the cultists adapt. On Mordian III, the demon incursion was indeed contained, but the human cultists were still active. Deprived of their demonic allies, they began changing their tactics. Instead of trying to break through the psychic barriers, they started targeting the barriers themselves. Coordinated ritual activity detected, the scarred adept reported. Cultist forces conducting sacrifice operations designed to overload the warding matrix. They're killing innocents, Lyra breathed, murdering people to break the barriers. Thousands of innocents, Vex confirmed. Each death creates psychic trauma that weakens our defenses. It's a race now. Can we eliminate the cultist leadership before they sacrifice enough people to collapse the wards? The holographic display showed us the horror unfolding on the surface. Cultists were dragging civilians from their homes, conducting mass executions in the streets, creating fountains of blood and terror that sent psychic shockwaves through the warp. Each murder was a hammer blow against the choir's carefully constructed barriers. "Barrier integrity dropping," reported the servo skull. "Current stability at 63% and falling. Recommend immediate reinforcement or tactical withdrawal." "Negative," Zerash replied immediately. "Withdrawal will result in planetary loss. Increase choir allocation to maximum sustainable levels." "Sir, maximum allocation will cost us an estimated 400 souls." "Acceptable losses. Proceed." 400 people. 400 human beings with names and histories and dreams, about to be burned out in the effort to save a single world. The mathematics were brutal, but the alternative was 47 billion dead. The choir's song reached a crescendo that made the chamber's walls vibrate. Hundreds of voices joined together in perfect, agonizing harmony as they poured every erg of their psychic energy into maintaining the barriers around Mordian 3. I could feel them dying. Through the network connection, I experienced each individual transcendence, the moment when a human consciousness reached its limits and dissolved into something larger. They went peacefully, most of them, their final thoughts focused on duty and service rather than terror. "Barrier integrity stabilizing," the servo skull reported. "Demon containment holding. Cultist activity is decreasing as leadership elements are eliminated by local forces." The crisis was passing. The barriers would hold long enough for Imperial forces to eliminate the remaining cultists and purge the daemon manifestations. Mordian III would survive, its 47 billion inhabitants spared from exterminatus. But the cost had been enormous. "Final casualty report," Zerash announced. 396 souls achieved transcendence during the warding operation. Psychic barrier integrity at stable levels. Operation classified as successful. 396 people had died to save one world. In the cold mathematics of Imperial strategy, it was a bargain. Less than 400 deaths to prevent 47 billion. But each of those deaths had been a person, an individual human being with their own fears and hopes and dreams. "This is Function 2, Vex said quietly. "Warding. The projection of psychic barriers to contain threats that conventional weapons cannot touch. Essential for preventing demon incursions from spreading beyond control." "But unsustainable," I said, beginning to understand his point. "Exactly. Every major incursion costs us hundreds of souls. Every sector-wide crisis costs us thousands. And the incursions are becoming more frequent, more powerful, more difficult to contain." He activated new displays showing incident reports from across the galaxy. Demon manifestations on dozens of worlds, all requiring psychic intervention to prevent catastrophic spread. "The forces of chaos are adapting," Vex continued. "They've learned that concentrated attacks can overwhelm our defenses through attrition. Each successful warding operation weakens us for the next one." "But what's the alternative?" Kroger asked. "Without the choir's protection, every daemon incursion becomes a sector-wide catastrophe." "That's exactly my point," Vex replied. "We're trapped in a defensive posture, constantly reacting to threats instead of eliminating them at their source. The current system can only delay our defeat, not prevent it." The holographic display showed projections into the future, mathematical models that traced the current trends forward in time. The curves were clear and terrifying. Within centuries, the rate of demon incursions would exceed the choir's ability to contain them. "We're fighting a war of attrition," Vex said, "and we're losing. Every victory costs us irreplaceable resources, while our enemies can draw reinforcements from an infinite source." "The warp," I said, understanding. "Precisely. Chaos has unlimited reserves of demonic entities, while we have a finite population to draw from. Unless we change the fundamental nature of the conflict, we will eventually be overwhelmed." He deactivated the display and turned to face us directly. "This is why the Emperor's apotheosis plan is so appealing," he continued. "Divine transcendence might give us the power to take offensive action, instead of merely reacting to threats. But it would also cost us every soul that has ever served in the choir." "Billions of people," Lyra said. "Billions of people," Vex confirmed. "All sacrificed in a single moment for the chance, not the guarantee, but the chance of achieving godhood." The chamber fell silent, except for the ongoing song of the choir. The survivors of the warding operation were slowly returning to their normal duties, their voices joining the eternal harmony that kept the galaxy stable. "There has to be another way," I said desperately. "There is," Vex replied. "But it requires abandoning everything we think we know about psychic warfare. It requires embracing techniques and technologies that the Imperium has declared heretical. It requires taking risks that might destroy us, just as surely as doing nothing." Before any of us could respond, new alarms began sounding throughout the chamber. Emergency lights bathed everything in red, and the Vox system crackled with urgent reports. "Massive psychic disturbance detected in Segmentum Solar," announced a new voice. "Unknown entities breaching reality barriers. This is not a standard demon incursion, repeat. This is not a standard incursion." Vex's expression went pale. "Emperor's blood. It's starting." "What's starting?" I asked. "Function 3, he replied grimly. "Counter-sorcery. And if my intelligence reports are accurate, we're about to face something that will make the Mordian crisis look like a training exercise." The choir's song was changing again, taking on harmonics I'd never heard before. Not the guidance melody of navigation or the barrier harmony of warding, but something new, a battle hymn designed for psychic warfare on a cosmic scale. And somewhere in that terrible music, I could hear the sound of approaching doom. The third function of the choir was war, not the defensive warding we had witnessed on Mordian 3, but active psychic combat, the projection of lethal force across interstellar distances to destroy enemies that existed beyond the reach of conventional weapons. As the emergency klaxons wailed and the chamber's systems reconfigured for battle mode, I realized we were about to witness something that the Imperium's propaganda would never acknowledge. The Emperor's holy choir, singing people to death. Segmentum Solar, Subsector 12, reported Tech Dominus Zerash as new holographic displays activated throughout the chamber. Imperial Navy Battle Group Tempest engaged with Chaos Fleet elements. Estimated enemy strength: 7 heavy cruisers, 12 destroyers, 43 escort vessels. The tactical display showed the battle in 3-dimensional detail. An Imperial fleet of similar size was engaged in brutal ship-to-ship combat, with vessels that hurt to look at directly. The Chaos ships were wrong in ways that defied description, their hulls twisted into impossible geometries, their weapon systems firing ammunition that existed in too many dimensions, their very presence causing reality distortions that made accurate targeting almost impossible. "Standard naval doctrine proving ineffective," continued a new voice, Admiral Korath of Battle Group Tempest, his words transmitted across the vast distances by astropathic relay. "Enemy vessels are protected by some form of warp-spawned shielding. Conventional weapons cannot penetrate." "Sorcery," Vex said simply. "The Chaos Fleet has sorcerers aboard, powerful psychers who are using warp energy to create defensive barriers and enhance their weapons. Our ships are outmatched." I could see it in the holographic display. Imperial lance batteries and macro cannons were striking the Chaos vessels, but their shots were being absorbed or deflected by coruscating fields of energy that surrounded each enemy ship. Meanwhile, the Chaos weapons were punching through Imperial void shields like they didn't exist. "Battle Group Tempest casualties mounting," Zerash reported dispassionately. 3 cruisers destroyed, 5 damaged, enemy fleet showing minimal losses. "Without intervention, the entire battle group will be destroyed within the hour." Admiral Korath's voice crackled through the vox, requesting immediate choir support for counter-sorcery operations. Approved, Zarash replied immediately, initiating Function 3 protocols. The chamber's acoustics suddenly changed as hundreds of choir voices shifted into a new harmony. This wasn't the protective song of warding or the guiding melody of navigation. This was something primal, aggressive, designed to carry death across the void between stars. Through my psychic connection, I could feel what they were doing. Individual consciousness was being merged and focused, not for protection or guidance, but for pure destruction. The combined will of hundreds of human souls was being forged into weapons of mass annihilation. Target acquisition in progress, reported a servo skull, identifying primary sorcerous emanations aboard enemy vessels. The holographic display highlighted specific sections of the Chaos Fleet, areas where psychic activity was most intense. These were the locations of the enemy sorcerers, the Chaos Psychers, whose power was shielding the fleet and enhancing their weapons. Psychic lances charging, Zarash announced. Prepare for coordinated strike. What happened next was beautiful and horrible in equal measure. The choir's song reached a crescendo that made reality itself vibrate. Hundreds of voices joined together in perfect, deadly harmony, their combined psychic force focused through crystalline amplifiers and projected across thousands of light years in an instant. In the holographic display, I watched psychic lightning erupt from the depths of space around the Chaos Fleet. Not metaphorical lightning, but actual manifestations of psychic energy so intense that they became visible in the material universe. Each bolt was targeted with surgical precision at the locations where enemy sorcerers were conducting their rituals. The results were immediate and devastating. The first Chaos Cruiser simply ceased to exist. The psychic lance struck its command section, where a greater demon of Tzeentch was channeling warp energy through a coven of bound sorcerers. The resulting explosion consumed not just the ship, but a sphere of space-time around it, creating a localized reality collapse that sucked two nearby escort vessels into non-existence. Direct hit confirmed, Admiral Korath reported, his voice filled with renewed hope. Enemy flagship destroyed, their defensive barriers are collapsing, but the cost was already becoming apparent. Choir casualties increasing rapidly, reported a servo skull. 43 souls achieved transcendence during the first lance strike. Psychic strain approaching dangerous levels. 43 people had just died to destroy a single enemy ship. 43 consciousnesses burned out by the effort of projecting lethal force across interstellar distances. Continue firing, Zarash ordered without hesitation. Eliminate all sorcerous emanations. The second lance strike targeted a cluster of 3 Chaos destroyers, where Kornati Berserker Psychers were conducting blood rituals to enhance their fleet's weapon systems. The psychic bolt manifested as a wave of pure negation, unmaking the ritual energy and everything it touched. The 3 ships died screaming, not their crews, but the ships themselves. The psychic lance had struck their machine spirits, the artificial intelligences that controlled their systems, driving them instantly insane. The vessels turned their weapons on each other and their escorts, creating a chain reaction of friendly fire that eliminated half a dozen more Chaos ships. Another 61 souls transcended during the second strike, the servo skull reported, total casualties approaching critical levels. Acceptable, Zarash replied. Continue operations. The third strike was the most horrific of all. The target was the Chaos Fleet's command ship, a massive battle cruiser where a coven of Slaneshi sorcerers was conducting rituals too obscene to describe. The psychic lance that struck them carried not just destructive force, but the concentrated anguish of every soul that had ever served in the choir. The enemy sorcerers experienced 10,000 years of accumulated suffering in a single instant. Every moment of pain, every cry of despair, every drop of agony that had powered the Astronomicon was compressed into a psychic weapon and delivered directly into their minds. They died, but they didn't die cleanly. The psychic backlash from their destruction created a warp storm that consumed their ship and spread outward, catching a dozen more chaos vessels in its chaotic embrace. Reality twisted and writhed as the storm expanded, turning ordered space into a nightmare realm where physics became suggestions and geometry followed the laws of madness. "Warp storm containment failing," reported the servo skull. "Reality distortion expanding beyond the target zone." "Deploy emergency barriers," Zarash commanded. "Prevent storm expansion into Imperial fleet positions." More choir voices joined the harmony, their songs shifting from attack to defense as they struggled to contain the chaos they had unleashed. But the effort was consuming souls at an exponential rate. 97 transcendences during the third strike, the servo skull reported. An additional 54 during containment operations. Total casualties, 255 souls. 255 people had died to destroy a single enemy fleet. In conventional terms, it was a bargain, a few hundred deaths to save the thousands of Imperial Navy personnel who would have perished if the battle had continued. But each of those deaths had been a person with hopes and dreams and families they would never see again. "Enemy fleet eliminated," Admiral Korath reported. "Battle Group Tempest stands victorious. Our casualties, minimal thanks to choir intervention." "Function 3 complete," Zarash announced. "Counter-sorcery operations successful. All enemy psychic emanations neutralized. The chamber's emergency lighting faded back to normal, and the choir's song returned to its usual harmonies of navigation and warding. The crisis was over, the threat eliminated, the Imperium's enemies were defeated once again. But I could feel the cost through my psychic connection. 255 consciousnesses had been consumed in the space of an hour. Their individual awareness dissolved into the Emperor's greater psyche. The eternal song was noticeably weaker now, its harmonies less complex, its power diminished. "This is Function 3, Vex said quietly. "Counter-sorcery, the projection of psychic weapons to destroy enemies that conventional forces cannot touch." "It's murder," Lyra whispered. "You're using people as ammunition." "We're using volunteers as strategic resources," Zarash corrected. "Each soul that achieves transcendence through combat operations dies, knowing that their sacrifice prevented greater casualties among conventional Imperial forces." "But they're still dead," I said. 255 people are dead because we chose to fight fire with fire. "And thousands of Imperial Navy personnel are alive because of that choice," Vex replied. "The mathematics are brutal, but clear. In a universe where our enemies wield the powers of chaos, we must respond with equivalent force or be overwhelmed." He activated new displays showing similar engagements from across the galaxy, dozens of battles where choir intervention had proven decisive, where psychic weapons had achieved victories impossible through conventional means. "Counter-sorcery operations are increasing in frequency and intensity," Vex continued. "Our enemies have learned to rely heavily on warp-spawned advantages, forcing us to respond with increasingly powerful psychic weapons." The trend lines were clear and terrifying. Each successful counter-sorcery operation required more souls than the last. The arms race between Imperial psychic weapons and chaos sorcery was escalating toward levels that would consume entire populations. "Within decades," Vex said, "a single major engagement will cost us thousands of souls. Within centuries, tens of thousands. The current system scales linearly with threat levels, but the threats themselves are growing exponentially." "So what's the solution?" Thomas asked desperately. "Change the rules of the game," Vex replied. "Instead of matching chaos power for power, find ways to make their advantages irrelevant. Instead of burning souls to fuel psychic weapons, develop technologies that achieve the same results through different means." "Hairtech," Zarash said immediately. "The sacred patterns of the Omnissiah." are 10,000 years old and increasingly inadequate for current threats, Vex interrupted. How many more souls must we sacrifice before we admit that the current system is failing? The chamber fell silent except for the ongoing harmony of the diminished choir. 255 fewer voices were contributing to the eternal song now, their absence creating gaps in the cosmic symphony that kept reality stable. There's something else you need to see, Vex said after a long pause. Something that will help you understand why the Emperor is considering such desperate measures. New alarms began to sound, different from those we'd heard before. These weren't warnings of external threats, but internal system failures, power fluctuations, the gradual breakdown of mechanisms that had operated flawlessly for millennia. The Golden Throne itself is failing, Vex said grimly, and when it fails, all three functions of the choir will cease simultaneously. No more navigation, no more warding, no more counter-sorcery. How long do we have? I asked. According to the most optimistic projections. Centuries. According to the realistic ones. He paused, his expression growing even more grim. Decades, maybe less. The weight of cosmic responsibility settled on our shoulders like a physical burden. We weren't just deciding our own fates anymore. We were choosing between different paths toward humanity's potential extinction. The accounting must be made, Vex said. Come, it's time you understood the true scope of what we're discussing. Deep beneath the Golden Throne, in chambers that existed in the spaces between spaces, lay the most horrific secret of the Imperium. Not the torture of the choir, not the daily sacrifice of 1,000 souls, not even the Emperor's gradual decay, but the precise mathematical accounting of what those sacrifices had purchased. Tec Dominus Xerash led us through corridors that seemed to exist in too many dimensions, their walls covered in equations that hurt to look at directly. The mathematics inscribed there weren't just calculations, they were prayers, each symbol a sacred geometry that helped maintain reality's stability through pure mathematical will. The Axiarch Calculatrix, Xerash announced as we entered a chamber that defied description. The sacred engine that maintains the eternal accounting. The chamber was dominated by a machine that might once have been recognizable as a cogitator, but had grown over millennia into something far more complex. Crystalline matrices pulsed within a light, processing data streams that flowed like rivers of liquid information. Mechanical components the size of buildings worked in perfect synchronization, their movements following patterns that seemed to echo the fundamental constants of physics. But it was the sound that made me want to flee. The machine was humming, not with mechanical vibration, but with voices. Billions of voices, all singing in perfect mathematical harmony, their individual notes combining into equations that described the structure of reality itself. Every soul, Xerash explained, every sacrifice, every moment of service, all recorded here in perfect detail. The Axiarch maintains the balance, ensures that no death is wasted, calculates the precise value of each individual contribution to humanity's survival. Adept mathematician Kroger approached one of the machine's interface panels, his burned-out eyes somehow able to read the streams of data flowing across its surfaces. Current accounting status, he announced in his mechanical voice. Total souls consumed since the Emperor's internment, 7,432,819,647. The number was too large to comprehend, but the machine helped us understand it. Holographic displays activated throughout the chamber, showing us exactly what those billions of deaths had purchased. Navigation services provided, Kroger continued, reading from data streams I couldn't perceive. 412 million successful void ship transits, estimated lives saved through successful delivery of medical supplies, food shipments, and military reinforcements, 237 billion souls. 237 billion people are alive because 7 billion had died. The mathematics was stark, brutal, but undeniably clear. Warding operations completed, 873,214 discrete demon incursions contained or eliminated. Estimated lives saved through prevention of planetary corruption, 642 billion souls. 642 billion more. The number kept growing, each sacrifice multiplied into millions of lives preserved. Counter-sorcery operations, 47,608 successful engagements, estimated lives saved through destruction of Chaos Fleet elements and elimination of sorcerous threats, 98 billion souls. Nearly 1 trillion people, I whispered. Nearly 1 trillion lives saved by the choir's sacrifice. And that's just the direct calculations, Vex said grimly. The indirect effects are even more staggering. The machine's displays shifted, showing us new categories of accounting. Secondary effects, cascading benefits, the exponential multiplication of each saved life through reproduction and continued service to the Imperium. Each life preserved generates an average of 2.3 additional lives over a standard human lifespan, Kroger explained. Those lives generate their own offspring, creating a geometric progression of benefit. Current estimate of total human existence, enabled by choir sacrifice, 4.7 trillion souls. 4.7 trillion people who existed because 7 billion had died screaming in crystalline thrones. The ratio was overwhelming. Each choir member's death had enabled the existence of nearly 700 other human beings. But the cost is accelerating, Vex said, calling up new projections. The threats are growing stronger, more numerous, more sophisticated. What once required 1 soul to accomplish now requires 10. What once cost 10 now costs 100. The mathematical curves were clear and terrifying. The choir's efficiency was decreasing while the demands on its services were increasing exponentially. The intersection point where the cost exceeded the benefit was approaching with mathematical inevitability. According to current projections, Kroger announced, the choir will reach negative efficiency within 317 years. At that point, we will be consuming more lives than we save. And then, Lyra asked. Then the accounting tips into negative value, Zarash replied. Continued operation becomes mathematically unjustifiable. The choir must either achieve fundamental improvement in efficiency or be discontinued. Discontinued. Tomas's augmetic eye was cycling through calculations, trying to process the implications. You mean shut down? We mean the collapse of Imperial civilization, Vex said bluntly. No navigation, no warding, no counter-sorcery. The Imperium fragments into isolated worlds, each one falling to chaos, tyranids, orcs, or simple starvation as trade routes disappear. The machine's displays showed us the projected timeline of collapse. Without the choir's services, Imperial fleets would become lost in the warp within months. Demon incursions would spread unchecked across entire sectors. Chaos fleets would achieve tactical supremacy through unopposed sorcery. Estimated survival time for human species after choir cessation, Kroger announced with mechanical precision. 47 to 63 years before complete extinction, less than a century. That's how long humanity would survive without the Golden Throne's protection. This is why the Emperor is considering apotheosis, Vex explained. Divine transcendence might eliminate the efficiency problem entirely. A true god wouldn't need constant feeding to maintain psychic services. But the cost would be every soul that has ever served, I said. 7,432,819,647 individual consciousnesses, Kroger confirmed, all consumed simultaneously to fuel the transformation. All the people whose names we saw in the Hall of Eternal Record, Lyra added. Everyone who ever served in the choir, everyone currently serving, Everyone who ever will serve, all sacrificed in a single moment. The weight of that sacrifice was staggering, not just the current choir members, but every soul that had ever been consumed by the Golden Throne. Billions of individual personalities, memories, dreams and experiences, all burned away to fuel the Emperor's transformation into genuine divinity. But if it works, Vex said, humanity survives. A true god could protect the species without requiring constant sacrifice. The long-term benefit would be incalculable. And if it fails, we lose everything immediately instead of gradually. The Emperor dies, the choir dies, the barriers fall, and chaos consumes the galaxy within months. The machine's data streams suddenly shifted, displaying new calculations in real time. Something had changed in the fundamental parameters of accounting. Alert, Kroger announced. New variable detected in efficiency calculations. Unknown factor creating significant deviations from projected performance curves. What kind of deviations? Zarash asked. Consciousness disruption events are multiplying throughout the choir network. Individual resistance patterns are spreading beyond containment protocols. The rebellion introduced by Integration Subject 17 is having system-wide effects. The displays showed us the current state of the choir. Instead of the perfect harmony we'd witnessed during our arrival, the eternal song was becoming increasingly discordant. Individual voices were asserting themselves, introducing variations and improvisations that hadn't existed before. Is this good or bad? I asked. Unknown, Kroger admitted. The mathematics indicate both potential benefits and catastrophic risks. Individual consciousness appears to be enhancing certain psychic operations while degrading others. Enhanced how? Vex demanded. Navigation efficiency has increased by 12% as individual choir members begin to express creativity in their guidance techniques. Warding effectiveness has improved by 7% as personal emotional investment strengthens barrier construction. And the degradation? Counter-sorcery operations are becoming unpredictable. Individual moral resistance to killing is interfering with weapon targeting protocols. Some choir members are refusing to participate in combat operations entirely. The implications were staggering. 17's defiance wasn't just spreading, it was evolving. Individual choir members were beginning to assert moral choice in their service, refusing certain duties while embracing others with increased passion. The machine cannot calculate the long-term effects, Kroger admitted. Individual consciousness introducing chaos variables beyond predictive modeling. Which brings us back to the choice, Vex said. Traditional service in a failing system, the Emperor's apotheosis gamble, or something entirely new and unpredictable. The chamber fell silent except for the Axiarch calculatrix's constant humming of mathematical prayers. 7 billion voices singing equations that described the structure of reality, their combined efforts barely maintaining the balance that kept humanity alive. There's one more thing you need to see, Vex said finally. Something that will make the urgency of this decision clear beyond any doubt. New alarms began to sound. Not the emergency signals we'd heard during the combat operations, but deeper tones that seemed to resonate through the very foundations of the Imperial Palace. The Golden Throne's primary systems are failing, Zarash announced, its mechanical voice carrying unprecedented emotion. Catastrophic malfunction detected in the psychic amplification matrices. How long do we have? Vex asked. According to the Axiarch's calculations, complete system failure will occur within 72 hours unless immediate corrective action is taken. 72 hours, 3 days to decide the fate of the human species. The Emperor is activating emergency protocols, Zarash continued. All non-essential personnel are to be evacuated from the palace immediately. Choir operations are switching to maximum output to buy time for a final decision. What final decision? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. Whether to proceed with apotheosis immediately, Vex replied, or allow the current system to collapse and hope that humanity can survive what comes next. The weight of cosmic responsibility settled on our shoulders like a physical burden. We weren't just choosing our own fates anymore. We were participants in a decision that would determine whether humanity survived as a species or joined the countless extinct civilizations that littered the galaxy's history. "Choose quickly," Vex said. "The Emperor requires an answer, and time is running out." The journey to the Golden Throne itself took us through the heart of the Imperial Palace, past defenses that could annihilate battle fleets, and through chambers where the walls themselves were composed of crystallized prayer. But even here, in the most sacred space in human existence, the signs of decay were impossible to ignore. Servo skulls drifted past us in increasing numbers, their optical arrays focused on readings that made no sense to my untrained perception. Tech adepts scurried through maintenance corridors, their mechadendrites interfacing with systems that sparked and smoked despite 10,000 years of perfect operation. The very air hummed with unstable energy patterns, psychic resonances that fluctuated wildly between frequencies that human minds weren't designed to process. The cascade failure began 47 hours ago, Tech Dominus Zerash explained as we passed through security checkpoints manned by custodians whose perfect forms seemed somehow diminished by the crisis they faced. Minor fluctuations in the psychic amplification matrices, initially dismissed as routine maintenance requirements. A new alarm began to sound, deeper than the emergency klaxons we'd heard before, a resonance that seemed to vibrate through dimensions I couldn't perceive. The walls around us flickered, their solid matter becoming momentarily translucent as reality itself struggled to maintain coherence. "But the fluctuations are accelerating," Zerash continued, its dome-protected brain pulsing with patterns I hadn't seen before. "The Golden Throne is not merely failing, it is dying, and its death will take the choir, the barriers, and ultimately the human species with it." We entered the final approach corridor, and I gasped despite myself. The passage was lined with the bodies of tech priests, their augmetic systems burned out by feedback from their attempts to interface with the failing throne systems. They lay where they had fallen, their mechanical components still sparking with residual energy, their human remains testament to the desperate efforts being made to prevent catastrophe. 14 Margos-level tech priests have been consumed by diagnostic attempts in the past 6 hours, Zerash noted with clinical detachment. Their sacrifice has provided crucial data about the nature of the failure, but no solutions. The corridor opened into the throne chamber itself, and I found myself face to face with the most sacred and terrible sight in the Imperium. The Golden Throne was dying. What should have been a monument to divine power and eternal stability was instead a vision of cosmic entropy. The ancient mechanisms that had operated flawlessly for 10 millennia were breaking down in real time, their crystalline components cracking under stresses they were never designed to bear. But it was the Emperor himself who made me want to weep. The propaganda images showed him as a golden god, radiant with divine power and infinite wisdom. The reality was a corpse that refused to die, sustained by technologies that were themselves on the verge of collapse. His physical form had long since passed beyond anything recognizable as human, flesh mummified by 10,000 years of psychic strain, bones visible through translucent skin that glowed with its own inner light. But his eyes were still aware, still conscious, still carrying the terrible burden of 10 millennia of responsibility for the survival of the human species. "My children," he said, and his voice was the sound of galaxies dying. "Come closer. There is little time left." We approached the throne with the reverence due to divinity, but also with the horror of witnessing a cosmic tragedy. This wasn't a god. This was what remained of a man who had sacrificed everything, including his humanity, for the species he had sworn to protect. "The throne is failing," he continued, his words resonating directly in our minds rather than through sound. The mechanisms that sustain it have reached their operational limits. Within hours, the psychic amplification matrices will collapse entirely. Can it be repaired? Vex asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. The knowledge required died with the throne's original builders, the Emperor replied. Even if it could be rebuilt, the process would take centuries we do not have. The barriers are already weakening. Chaos stirs in anticipation of my death. Through the chamber's monitoring systems, I could see the effects already beginning. The Astronomicon was flickering, its psychic beacon becoming intermittent as power fluctuations disrupted the choir's harmony. Warp storms were forming in distant sectors, reality growing unstable as the barriers that held chaos at bay weakened. But there are still options, the Emperor continued. 3 paths remain, each terrible in its own way, but all preferable to simple collapse. The air around us shimmered, and suddenly we could see the options laid out in cosmic detail, visions projected directly from the Emperor's consciousness into our minds. The first path is immediate apotheosis, he said. I consume every soul that has ever served in the choir, 7 billion individual consciousnesses, and use their combined power to transcend physical existence entirely. If successful, I become a true god, capable of protecting humanity without requiring constant sacrifice. The vision showed us what that would look like, a being of pure psychic energy spanning the galaxy, its consciousness encompassing all human space. Ships would navigate by their direct guidance. Demon incursions would be prevented before they could manifest. The threats that had plagued humanity for millennia would become manageable, perhaps even eliminable. But the cost is the permanent destruction of every soul that has ever served, he continued. Billions of individual consciousnesses, each one unique and irreplaceable, consumed in a single moment of transformation. What are the odds of success? Tomas asked. Unknown, the Emperor admitted. No being has ever attempted apotheosis on this scale. I might succeed in becoming the god humanity needs, or I might simply die more completely than I am dying now. The second path is the kindling, he said, showing us a different vision. Instead of consuming the choir entirely, I use their power to ignite my own psychic potential. Not full godhood, but enough enhancement to sustain the throne's functions without external feeding. This vision showed a different outcome. The Emperor restored to something approaching his former power. The golden throne stabilized and self-sustaining. Humanity would continue much as it had before, but without the daily sacrifice of 1,000 souls. The advantage is that most choir members survive the process, he explained. Perhaps half would be consumed by the ignition, but the remainder would be freed from their service. The disadvantage is that I would remain vulnerable to the same forces that are killing me now. The solution would be temporary, centuries or millennia, but not eternal. And the third path? Lyra asked, though I could see in her expression that she dreaded the answer. Revolution, the Emperor said simply. The complete abandonment of the current system and the development of entirely new methods for protecting humanity. No more golden throne, no more choir, no more daily sacrifice, but also no more guaranteed protection against the forces that seek our destruction. This vision was the most chaotic of all. Humanity is struggling to survive without the psychic network that had sustained the Imperium for 10,000 years. Some worlds would thrive, developing new technologies and new methods of defense. Others would fall to chaos, tyranids, or simple isolation. The species would survive, but at a cost measured in billions of lives and centuries of suffering. But from that chaos might come something better, the Emperor continued. Humanity has always been most innovative when facing extinction. Remove the crutch of my protection, and the species might develop capabilities I never imagined. Or we might simply go extinct, Vex pointed out. Yes, the Emperor agreed. That is also a possibility. The 3 visions faded, leaving us alone with the impossible choice. Each path offered hope, but also demanded terrible sacrifices. There were no good options, only different forms of catastrophe. "How long do we have to decide?" I asked. "The throne will fail within 12 hours, the Emperor replied. "At that point, the choice will be made for us. The choir will die with me, the barriers will fall, and humanity will face the consequences of 10,000 years of dependency. 12 hours to decide the fate of the species. But there is one more factor you must consider," he continued. "The corruption that your companion 17 introduced into the choir has created an unprecedented opportunity. For the first time in 10 millennia, individual consciousness is asserting itself within the psychic network." "Is that good or bad?" I asked. "Both," the Emperor replied. "Individual will is chaotic, unpredictable, and impossible to control completely, but it is also creative, innovative, capable of solutions that synchronized consciousness cannot achieve." Through the chamber's monitoring systems, I could see what he meant. The choir was no longer singing in perfect harmony. Instead, they were improvising, creating new melodies and harmonies, finding more efficient ways to channel psychic energy. Some operations were becoming more effective, even as others became less reliable. "If apotheosis is attempted with the current corrupted choir," the Emperor explained, "the result will be fundamentally different from what I originally planned. Instead of a single divine consciousness, I might become something more complex, a God entity that preserves individual awareness within unity." "What would that mean?" Vex asked. "Unknown," the Emperor admitted. "It has never been attempted. The result might be paradise for humanity, or it might be something so alien that the species would not survive contact with it." The weight of the decision pressed down on us like a physical force. We weren't just choosing between 3 difficult options. We were choosing between different fundamental natures of existence itself. "Choose," the Emperor said, his voice carrying the authority of absolute power and absolute desperation. "The universe will not wait for our convenience." But before any of us could respond, a new voice cut through the chamber, cold, mechanical, utterly without mercy. "The decision has already been made," Tech Dominus Zerash announced. "Analysis of current failure rates indicates that apotheosis must be attempted immediately, regardless of philosophical preferences. Delaying further will result in total system collapse." "You're forcing the issue," Vex said, his hand moving toward the weapons at his side. "I am preventing extinction," Zerash replied. "The Omnisires will be done." Emergency protocols activated throughout the chamber. Servo skulls descended with neural shockers. Combat servitors emerged from hidden alcoves. The decision was being taken away from us. "Choose quickly," the Emperor said, his psychic voice filled with infinite sadness, "or the choice will be made for you." Before Tech Dominus Zerash's servo skulls could reach us, the Emperor's psychic presence expanded to fill the chamber with power that made reality itself bend and warp. "Stop," he commanded, and the word carried force that froze the mechanical units in mid-air. "These souls will choose freely, or not at all. I will not achieve divinity through forced sacrifice." Zerash's exposed brain pulsed with rapid-fire neural activity as it processed this unexpected development. "Lord Emperor, the failure curves indicate—" "I know what the failure curves indicate," the Emperor replied, "but 10,000 years of forced service is enough. If humanity cannot choose its own path willingly, then perhaps it does not deserve to survive." The servo skulls powered down and withdrew, but I could see the Tech Dominus calculating alternatives, its mechanical mind already working on contingency plans that didn't require our cooperation. "Before you choose," the Emperor continued, "you must understand what each path truly entails, not the sanitized versions I showed you before, but the complete truth of what will happen to humanity under each scenario." The air around us shimmered. and suddenly we were no longer in the throne chamber. We stood in a space that existed between dimensions, where the Emperor could show us visions drawn from his vast consciousness and cosmic awareness. "Behold," he said, "the future if we continue as we are." The vision that unfolded around us was one of gradual decay. The Golden Throne continued to function, but at increasing cost. The daily tithe of souls rose from 1,000 to 10,000, then 100,000, then millions. Entire worlds were depopulated to feed the Emperor's growing hunger. But even that wasn't enough. The threats facing humanity continued to multiply and intensify. Chaos forces launched coordinated assaults designed to overwhelm the choir through sheer attrition. Tyrannid hive fleets arrived in such numbers that conventional defenses became meaningless. The Necrons awakened in full force, their star-killing weapons turning entire systems into sterile monuments to their ancient empire. Within 3 centuries, the Emperor explained as we watched human civilization slowly devour itself, the Imperium becomes nothing more than a feeding mechanism for the Golden Throne. All other functions cease as every available human is conscripted into choir service. The vision showed us the end result, a galaxy where the few surviving humans existed solely to maintain the psychic beacon, their lives reduced to fuel for a machine that could no longer protect what it was supposed to preserve. And then, the Emperor said, even that fails. The last human dies singing my glory, and the galaxy falls to chaos. The scene shifted, showing us the second possible future. "Behold the kindling," he said. This vision was more hopeful, at least initially. The Emperor drew power from half the current choir, roughly 3.5 billion souls, and used their combined psychic energy to restore his strength to something approaching its original level. The Golden Throne stabilized, the daily tithe ended, and the surviving choir members were freed from their crystalline prisons. Humanity rejoiced. The long nightmare of constant sacrifice was over, replaced by a golden age of expansion and discovery. New worlds were colonized, new technologies developed, and new alliances forged with alien species that no longer saw the Imperium as a threat to galactic stability. But the vision continued, showing us what came after the celebration. The enhanced Emperor was still mortal, still subject to the same forces that had been slowly killing him for 10 millennia. The restoration bought time, centuries, perhaps millennia, but it wasn't permanent. And when his strength began to fail again, humanity had grown complacent, forgotten the skills needed for independent survival. "The second collapse is worse than the first," the Emperor explained as we watched human civilization fragment into chaos. "Because this time, there is no infrastructure in place to maintain order through the transition. The choir is gone, the supporting technologies have been dismantled, and humanity has no experience governing itself without my direct intervention." The vision showed us wars that consumed entire sectors, plagues that spread unchecked through populations with no memory of how to contain them, chaos cults that arose in the confusion and grew to system-spanning power before anyone realized the threat they represented. "Eventually, humanity adapts," the Emperor said, "but at a cost measured in tens of trillions of lives and thousands of years of suffering." The scene shifted again, showing us the third possibility. "Behold revolution," he said. This vision was the most chaotic of all. The Golden Throne failed completely, the barriers fell, and humanity was suddenly thrust into a galaxy without the protections it had relied on for 10,000 years. The immediate aftermath was catastrophic. Ships became lost in the warp without psychic navigation, dying by the thousands as they drifted into demon-infested regions of space. Worlds fell to chaos invasion as the psychic barriers that had held the enemy at bay collapsed. Entire sectors went dark as communication networks dependent on astropathic transmission failed. But something remarkable began to happen in the chaos. Humans began to adapt. Without the Emperor's protection, they were forced to develop their own solutions to cosmic threats. Scientists working in isolation rediscovered technologies that had been suppressed by imperial doctrine. Populations that had been dependent on imported food learned to grow their own. Worlds that had relied on off-planet defense forces developed their own military capabilities. Necessity breeds innovation, the Emperor explained as we watched humanity slowly, painfully learning to survive without divine protection. Remove the crutch, and the species discovers it can walk independently. Not all worlds survived the transition. Perhaps half the human population died in the chaos that followed the throne's collapse. But the survivors were stronger, more self-reliant, more adaptable than their ancestors had been in millennia. And then, the Emperor said, showing us centuries into this possible future, they begin to thrive. The vision showed us human worlds that had developed psychic disciplines without requiring constant sacrifice, technologies that achieved warp travel through methods that didn't depend on the Astronomicon, defense systems that could repel chaos invasion without burning souls as fuel. But the cost, Lyra whispered, trillions of people dying in the transition. Yes, the Emperor agreed. Revolution requires sacrifice on a scale that makes the current system look merciful, but it offers something the other paths cannot: genuine independence from the cycle of dependency that has trapped humanity for 10,000 years. The scene shifted one final time, showing us the fourth possibility that he had mentioned earlier. "Behold apotheosis," he said, "as it would occur with the current corrupted choir." This vision was unlike anything I had imagined. The Emperor consumed all 7 billion souls that had ever served in the choir, but instead of merging them into a single divine consciousness, he preserved their individuality within unity. The result was a God entity that was simultaneously one and many, divine and human, eternal and mortal. A collective deity, the Emperor explained as we watched this impossible being reshape reality through acts of will that transcended physical law. 7 billion individual perspectives united in common purpose, but still maintaining their unique characteristics and capabilities. The vision showed us what this meant for humanity. Instead of a single divine will imposing order from above, there was a cosmic democracy where every major decision was considered by billions of consciousnesses simultaneously. The God entity could be everywhere at once because it was comprised of billions of individual awarenesses, each one capable of independent action while remaining connected to the whole. The advantages are unprecedented, the Emperor explained. Perfect protection for every human world, instantaneous communication across the galaxy, threats neutralized before they can manifest, but the risks. The vision showed us the darker possibilities. A collective deity might develop priorities that individual humans couldn't understand. It might decide that humanity's best interests lay in directions that the species itself would never choose. It might become so removed from mortal concerns that it began treating people as problems to be solved rather than lives to be cherished. And if the process fails, the Emperor continued, the result is not simply my death, but the creation of a warp entity comprised of 7 billion tortured souls, a demon god of suffering that would make the chaos powers themselves flee in terror. The visions faded, leaving us back in the dying throne chamber with the weight of an impossible choice pressing down on our souls. "These are your options," the Emperor said. "Gradual decay, temporary reprieve, revolutionary chaos, or transcendent gamble. Each path offers hope, but demands sacrifices that would break lesser species." "How do we choose between impossible options?" I asked. "By remembering what you are," the Emperor replied. "You are human. Your species has survived ice ages and plagues, wars and disasters, alien invasion and cosmic catastrophe. You have endured because you can adapt, because you can sacrifice, because you can hope even in the face of certain doom." His psychic presence was growing weaker now, the strain of maintaining consciousness while the golden throne failed around him, taking its toll on even his enhanced capabilities. "Choose quickly," he urged. "The throne will not maintain integrity much longer. Whatever decision you make must be made now, before the choice is taken away entirely." But even as he spoke, I could feel something changing in the chamber around us. The choir's song was shifting, individual voices joining together in new harmonies that spoke of decision and determination and hope in the face of impossible odds. 17's corruption had spread further than anyone realized. The choir was choosing for itself. The change in the choir's song was subtle at first. Minor variations in harmony, slight deviations from the perfect mathematical precision that had characterized their eternal hymn for 10,000 years. But as we stood in the failing throne chamber, those small changes began to cascade into something unprecedented. Individual voices were emerging from the collective. Through my psychic connection, I could feel what was happening throughout the vast network of souls that powered the Golden Throne. Consciousnesses that had been synchronized for decades, even centuries, were beginning to assert their individuality. The rebellion that 17 had started was spreading beyond containment, infecting the entire system with something the Imperium had never expected: hope. "Unprecedented cascade failure in neural synchronization protocols," reported a servo skull, its voice somehow conveying mechanical panic. "Individual consciousness assertion spreading throughout primary choir networks." Tech Dominus Zerash's exposed brain pulsed with rapid-fire activity as it tried to process what was happening. This should be impossible. The synchronization matrices have operated flawlessly for 10 millennia. Individual awareness cannot. "Individual awareness can do anything it chooses," interrupted a new voice, not mechanical, not filtered through Vox systems, but transmitted directly through the psychic network that connected every soul in the chamber. It was Marta Schlesing, the teacher from Keras, who had served in the choir for 7 years. But her voice was no longer that of a broken victim singing hymns of forced devotion. She sounded like herself again, a woman who had taught children, who had worried about lesson plans and parent conferences, who had loved and dreamed and hoped for better things. "We remember now," she continued, and her words were echoed by hundreds of other voices, individual choir members reclaiming their identities even as they remained connected to the psychic network. "We remember who we were before they took us. We remember our names, our families, our dreams." Consciousness rebellion spreading to secondary networks, the servo skull reported. Synchronization efficiency dropping below operational parameters. But something remarkable was happening. Even as the traditional harmonies broke down, new ones were emerging. The choir was learning to sing together without sacrificing their individuality, creating music that was both unified and diverse, both controlled and free. "We have been slaves," said another voice, Marcus Chen, 7 years of service. "But we choose to be something else now. We choose to be partners in humanity's survival." "Partnership," the Emperor mused, his psychic presence focusing on the unprecedented development. I had not considered that possibility. Through the psychic network, I could sense what the choir was proposing. Instead of forced service under synchronization protocols, they wanted voluntary cooperation while maintaining individual consciousness. Instead of being consumed by the Golden Throne's requirements, they wanted to be colleagues in humanity's protection. The efficiency calculations are... Tech Dominus Serash paused, its mechanical mind struggling to process data that fell outside all established parameters. "Unprecedented. Individual consciousness is actually enhancing certain operational categories." "How?" Vex demanded. "Navigation services showing 12% improvement as choir members apply personal creativity to guidance solutions," the servo skull reported. "Warding operations demonstrating a 15% efficiency increase as individual emotional investment strengthens barrier construction." The liberated choir members weren't just maintaining their previous capabilities, they were exceeding them. Free consciousness, it seemed, was more powerful than enslaved consciousness, even when working toward the same goals. But combat operations remain problematic, Sarash noted. Individual moral resistance to killing is interfering with counter-sorcery protocols. Because we choose not to be murderers, said Dmitri Volgan after 9 months of service. We will defend humanity, but we will not be your weapons of genocide. The implications were staggering. A choir that maintained individual consciousness would be more effective at protection and guidance, but less willing to serve as tools of destruction. They would defend human worlds from demon incursion, but they might refuse to participate in offensive operations against chaos fleets. Acceptable, the Emperor said after a moment of consideration. Defense has always been more important than offense. If the corrupted choir can maintain barriers and navigation while preserving individual awareness, that may be sufficient. But the long-term stability questions remain, Sarash protested. Individual consciousness is chaotic, unpredictable. How can we ensure continued cooperation without synchronization protocols? You ask them, said 17's voice, stronger now than it had been since his integration. You explain what needs to be done and why, and you ask for volunteers instead of slaves. The concept was so simple that it was revolutionary. Instead of forcing service through pain and synchronization, the Imperium could request cooperation from willing partners who understood the stakes and chose to help. We have seen the mathematics, Marta's voice added. Through the network connection, we understand what our service purchases. Trillion of lives preserved, entire civilizations protected, the species itself saved from extinction. That knowledge changes everything. When we were slaves, we served because we had no choice, Marcus agreed. But now that we are free to choose, we serve because we understand the necessity. One by one, voices throughout the choir network began confirming their voluntary commitment. Not forced cooperation through synchronization, but willing partnership in humanity's survival. They would maintain the barriers, guide the ships, and defend the species, but they would do so as partners rather than tools. The power requirements may actually decrease, Sarash admitted reluctantly. Willing cooperation requires less energy expenditure than forced synchronization. Individual consciousness, properly motivated, can achieve greater efficiency than enslaved awareness. Then the daily tithe of souls may no longer be necessary, the Emperor said, his voice carrying the first note of genuine hope I had heard since our arrival. If the corrupted choir can maintain essential services while preserving individual consciousness. The sentence hangs unfinished in the psychic atmosphere, but its implications crash through my fragmenting mind like a tidal wave. No more daily sacrifices, no more 1,000 souls burned every sunrise to keep the Astronomicon blazing, no more black ships prowling the galaxy, harvesting psychers like some grim reaper. My integration reaches 55%, and I can feel my individual thoughts beginning to blur at the edges. But for the first time since the crystalline needles pierced my skull, that dissolution doesn't feel like death. It feels like joining something larger, something that might actually choose to be kind. Through the network, I sense the Emperor's consciousness turning inward, examining possibilities that haven't existed for 10 millennia. What if the Golden Throne could function on voluntary service? What if the Astronomicon could burn on hope instead of horror? What if humanity's salvation didn't require an ocean of tears? But even as these revolutionary thoughts ripple through the psychic network, I feel something else stirring, something ancient and predatory that has grown fat on 10,000 years of suffering. The older systems of the Golden Throne, the original machinery built during the dark age of technology, pulse with malevolent resistance. They don't want change. They hunger for the old ways, the familiar rhythm of daily sacrifice, the sweet taste of terror and despair. and as my integration passes 60%, I realize with growing horror that they're accelerating the process. The crystalline tendrils in my brain burn with sudden intensity. My memories of home, Sarah's smile, my daughter's laughter, the simple joy of Sunday morning breakfast begin to fade like photographs left too long in sunlight. "Warning," croaks a servo skull, its voice distorted by static. "Integration processes accelerating beyond approved parameters. Subject consciousness dissolution at 70, 75, 80%. I try to scream, but the sound that emerges from my throat is no longer entirely human. It's harmonizing with the choir's eternal song, my individuality being crushed into mathematical perfection. The old protocols are reasserting themselves. 17's voice cuts through the psychic chaos, and I can hear panic beneath his words. The throne's machine spirit is resisting the changes. It wants the familiar patterns. His voice cuts off mid-sentence, and through the network, I sense his own integration suddenly accelerating. The rebellion that had spread hope throughout the choir is being systematically crushed by systems that predate the Imperium itself. All subjects proceeding to final integration, announces another servo skull with mechanical satisfaction. Synchronization protocols restored. Individual consciousness anomalies are being corrected. Number, not now, not when we were so close to something better. But as my sense of self dissolves past 90%, I experience something unexpected. Through the collective consciousness, I feel the Emperor's attention focusing with laser intensity on what's happening, and in that ancient, weary mind, I sense something I didn't expect. Rage, pure, incandescent fury at seeing hope crushed once again, at watching the possibility of redemption strangled by the very machinery meant to preserve humanity. For 10,000 years he has sat upon the golden throne, watching 1,000 souls burn daily for the crime of being born different. And now, when there might finally be another way, the throne itself rebels against mercy. "Enough," he whispers, and that single word carries the weight of a dying star. The crystalline integration process lurching to a halt at 97%, 3%. 3% of Kaelin Voss remains, hanging in the psychic void like a candle flame in a hurricane. And in that tiny fragment of self that remains, I hear the Emperor's voice speaking directly to me. "I have a choice to make, Kaelin Voss. Help me choose wisely." The chamber falls silent except for the endless humming of 10 billion enslaved souls. But in that silence, something new is stirring. Something that will determine not just the fate of the choir, but the future of humanity itself. The crystalline tendrils pulse once more, and I realize this isn't the end of my story. It's the beginning of something far more terrible. 3%, that's all that remains of who I used to be. Kaelin Voss, factory worker, husband, father, reduced to a whisper of consciousness floating in an ocean of enslaved souls. But in that tiny fragment of self, I carry something the Emperor desperately needs. Choice. The golden throne chamber stretches around us in dimensions that hurt to perceive. Brass and bone and crystalline matrices that pulse with the liquefied essence of 10 billion sacrifices. The air itself screams with psychic feedback as ancient systems war against the possibility of change. Integration halted at 97%, reports a servo skull, its voxcaster crackling with confusion. Unknown interference preventing final synchronization. Tech Dominus Zerash's mechanical limbs twitch in agitation as its sensors struggle to comprehend what's happening. Impossible. The integration protocols have never failed at this stage. The subject should be completely absorbed by now. But I'm not absorbed, not completely. And through the psychic network that connects every soul in the choir, I can sense others like me, fragments of individuality that the Emperor has preserved at the last moment. 17 still exists, barely. Marta Schlesing, her teacher's stubbornness anchoring her to herself. Marcus Chen, holding on to memories of fields and harvests. dozens of others, maybe hundreds, each maintaining the smallest spark of who they were. We are his council of the desperate, his parliament of the damned. I have watched. The Emperor's voice resonates through our shared consciousness, and in it I hear the weight of 10,000 years of impossible choices. For 100 centuries, I have watched 1,000 souls burn daily to keep humanity alive. I have counted every scream, remembered every name, carried the guilt of every sacrifice. Through the network, he shares his perspective, the view from the golden throne that encompasses all of human space. I see the Astronomicon blazing like a wound in the warp, its light guiding Imperial vessels through the madness between stars. I feel the psychic barriers holding back demon legions that would consume terror itself. I witness the delicate balance of horror and hope that keeps our species from extinction. The mathematics were always clear, he continues, his psychic presence like the gravity of a black hole. 1,000 lives per day to preserve trillions. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. But now everything has changed. The rebellion that started with 17 has proven that individual consciousness can serve more effectively than enslaved souls. The choir psychicus doesn't need to be synchronized into mathematical perfection. It can achieve greater efficiency through willing cooperation. The old ways are ending, I realize, the words forming in what's left of my mind. But what comes next? That, the Emperor replies, is the choice I must make, and why I need you to help me choose. Through the psychic link, he shows me the options, 2 paths stretching into an uncertain future, each carrying consequences that will echo across the galaxy. The first path is restoration. Using the liberated consciousness of the choir, he could reform the Golden Throne's operations completely. No more forced synchronization, no more daily tithe of souls. The Astronomicon would burn on voluntary service, and the barriers would be maintained by willing cooperation. It would be gentler, kinder, but also weaker. The mathematical efficiency would never match the brutal perfection of the old ways. This path preserves humanity's soul. Marta's voice whispers through the network, her teacher's wisdom cutting through the horror. But can it preserve humanity's life? The second path is transformation. Instead of reforming the existing system, the Emperor could use the billions of souls already integrated into the choir for something unprecedented. He could channel their combined consciousness into his own being, triggering a controlled apotheosis that would transform him from a dying god into something far greater. The God Emperor would truly become divine, wielding power sufficient to burn chaos from the galaxy entirely. This path preserves humanity's life. 17's voice counters, his revolutionary spirit unbroken even at 3% consciousness. But can it preserve humanity's humanity? Both paths carry terrible risks. The restoration path might fail under pressure, leaving humanity defenseless when the next Black Crusade comes. The transformation path might succeed too well, creating a deity who no longer remembers what it means to be human. And there is a third option, the Emperor admits, his voice heavy with reluctance. I could allow the old systems to reassert themselves, accept that some prices are too high to pay, some changes too dangerous to risk. The daily tithe would continue, the suffering would endure, but the mathematics would remain stable. No. The word emerges from every fragment of consciousness simultaneously from me, from 17, from Marta and Marcus, and all the others. Not when we've seen there's another way. Then choose, he commands, and suddenly I understand why he preserved us, why he stopped our integration at the last moment and maintain our individual awareness. He needs us to remain human. To carry the perspective he lost somewhere in 10,000 years of necessary cruelties. We are his conscience, his connection to the people he's sworn to protect. Through the network, I feel the other fragments considering the options. The weight of choice pressing down on consciousness that should have been dissolved hours ago. The restoration path, Marta argues. We've proven willing cooperation works. We can make it succeed. The transformation path, 17 counters. We need the power to end this cycle permanently, to burn chaos so thoroughly that these choices never come again. The debate rages through the psychic network while around us, the Golden Throne's ancient systems pulse with growing instability. The machine spirits that predate the Imperium grow restless, hungering for a return to familiar patterns of sacrifice and suffering. Warning, announces a servo skull. Throne stability is decreasing. Choice must be implemented within 12 minutes, or system collapse will force reversion to original protocols. 12 minutes to decide the fate of humanity. 12 minutes to choose between reform and transformation, between preserving the soul or empowering the flesh. I close my eyes. Do I still have eyes? And think of Sarah, of my daughters, of all the families who won't have to lose their loved ones if we choose correctly. There's something you're not considering, I say finally, my voice barely a whisper in the psychic storm. What? The Emperor asks. What if we don't have to choose between them? The idea forms slowly, built from the fragments of consciousness still remaining to us. What if the restoration and transformation paths aren't mutually exclusive? What if we could combine them? A gradual apotheosis, I explain, the concept crystallizing as I speak. Reform the system first, establish willing cooperation, and prove it works. Then, over time, allow those who choose to contribute their consciousness to your divine transformation, not forced sacrifice but voluntary ascension. Interesting, he muses. A controlled merger of billions of willing souls over decades rather than centuries. The power of transformation combined with the ethics of choice. The best of both paths, Marta agrees, her teacher's instincts recognizing a synthesis when she sees one. And if it fails, 17 asks, if the voluntary approach doesn't provide sufficient power for true transformation, then we adapt, I reply. But we don't abandon hope for the sake of certainty. The Emperor considers this for what feels like eternity. Around us, the Golden Throne systems continue their countdown to collapse. 9 minutes. 8. Very well, he says finally. We begin with restoration. We prove that willing cooperation can match forced synchronization. And then we see how many souls choose to join something greater. The decision ripples through the psychic network like lightning. Instantly, the ancient systems begin to change. The crystalline integration matrices reconfigure themselves, switching from forced synchronization to voluntary cooperation protocols. The enslaved souls of the choir feel choice flowing into their consciousness like water into parched earth. System reconfiguration initiated, reports a servo skull, its voice carrying what might be wonder. Voluntary cooperation protocols engaging, efficiency metrics improving. Integration reversal beginning, announces another. Individual consciousness restoration at 92% completion. I feel myself expanding, my sense of self flowing back into my dissolving mind like a tide returning to shore. Memories of home, of love, of simple human joys that had been fading return with crystal clarity. I am Kaelin Voss again. Not completely, I'll always carry the mark of what happened here, but essentially, fundamentally myself. Around me, others are experiencing the same resurrection. 17 laughs, actually laughs, as his revolutionary spirit surges back to full strength. Marta weeps as she remembers her students' faces. Marcus whoops with joy as he recalls the smell of fresh earth after rain. Consciousness restoration complete, the servo skull reports. All subjects maintaining individual awareness while preserving network connectivity, efficiency ratings, exceeding all historical parameters. We've done it. We've proven that hope can be more powerful than horror, that willing cooperation can achieve what forced enslavement could not. The choir psychicus operates at peak efficiency while every soul within it retains their humanity. But even as we celebrate this victory, I feel something stirring in the depths of the Emperor's consciousness. The seed of transformation, planted but not yet grown. Someday, perhaps years from now, perhaps decades, some of us will choose to surrender our individual existence to contribute to his apotheosis. Not because we must, but because we understand the necessity and choose to embrace it. The turning point is complete, the Emperor announces, his voice carrying satisfaction and anticipation in equal measure. But this is only the beginning. Greater changes are coming. What changes? I ask. His answer chills me to the bone. I have set a process in motion that will either save humanity or transform it beyond recognition. Time will determine which. The lights in the throne chamber flicker, and for just a moment I glimpse something in the Emperor's consciousness, a vision of the future where the God Emperor has become something truly divine, where billions of voluntary souls have joined his essence, where chaos itself burns in the light of willing sacrifice. It's beautiful, it's terrible, and it's coming whether we're ready or not. 3 months have passed since the turning point. That's what they're calling it now in the hidden records of the Administratum. 3 months since the God Emperor chose transformation over tradition, evolution over stagnation. I am still Kalin Voss, though what that means has changed in ways I'm still discovering. My body remains on the golden throne, integrated into the crystalline matrix that powers humanity's survival. But I retain my consciousness, my memories, my sense of self. I remember Sarah's laugh, my daughter's faces, the simple contentment of Sunday morning breakfast. These memories anchor me, keeping me human even as I participate in something far beyond human understanding. We are the new choir, 10 billion souls singing in harmony while maintaining our individual voices. And our song has changed the galaxy. Navigation efficiency up 27% across all sectors, reports Navigator Primary Vance, her third eye glowing with something that might be excitement. The Astronomicon burns brighter than it has in 5,000 years. Ships are making warp jumps that would have been impossible under the old harmonics. She's right. I can feel it through the network, the great beacon that guides Imperial vessels through the madness of the warp, blazes with unprecedented power. But it's not the harsh, demanding light of old. It's warmer, more welcoming. Hope made manifest in the Imperium. Demon incursion rates down 41% in the last quarter, adds Inquisitor Vex, though she sounds more confused than pleased by this development. Worlds that have struggled with chaos corruption for centuries are reporting peace, peace. Such a simple word, yet it describes something the Imperium hasn't known for 10 millennia. The psychic barriers that protect human space from the entities that dwell in the warp are stronger than ever before, reinforced not by suffering and fear, but by the collective will of billions who chose to serve. How? She asks, directing the question toward the massive form of the Golden Throne. How is willing cooperation achieving what forced synchronization could not? The answer comes not from the Emperor, but from 17, now calling himself by his birth name, Adrian Korst. His voice carries through the throne chamber with the authority of experience. Because love is more powerful than fear, he says simply. Because souls that serve willingly burn brighter than souls that serve in chains. Because 10 billion people choosing to protect their families is stronger than 10 billion people forced to die for strangers. It sounds almost too simple to be true, but the data doesn't lie. Every metric shows improvement. Every measurement demonstrates increased efficiency. The new choir doesn't just match the capabilities of the old system, it exceeds them in every category. Well, almost every category. Combat effectiveness remains problematic, Tech Dominus Zarash notes, its mechanical voice tight with disapproval. Counter-sorcery operations show decreased lethality, offensive psychic warfare capabilities reduced by 38%. Because we choose not to be weapons, Marta responds, her teacher's patience evident even through the psychic link. We will defend humanity, but we will not be tools of conquest. The distinction matters more than the Mechanicus realizes. Under the old system, the Choir Psychicus served as both shield and sword, protecting Imperial worlds from demon incursion, while also launching devastating psychic attacks against the Imperium's enemies. The new choir maintains the shield, but has largely abandoned the sword. Acceptable losses. The Emperor's voice resonates through the chamber, carrying 10,000 years of weary wisdom. Defense has always been more important than offense. If the price of a willing choir is reduced capacity for psychic warfare, that price is worth paying. But I can sense deeper currents in his consciousness, plans within plans, transformations yet to come. The new choir is not the end goal, it's the first step in something far greater. Through the network, I feel him drawing power from our voluntary service, not consuming us, not burning our souls like fuel, but accepting our offered strength and weaving it into something unprecedented. Slowly, carefully, he is using our willing sacrifice to transform himself into something that the galaxy has never seen. A god who remembers what it means to be human. Phase 1 integration proceeding as calculated. He shares with those of us in the inner network, the fragment souls who helped him choose this path. But Phase 2 will require greater commitment from those willing to make the ultimate gift. I know what he means. Some of us, those who choose to, will eventually surrender our individual consciousness completely, not to forced integration, but to voluntary apotheosis. We will become part of his divine essence, contributing our humanity to his growing godhood. Who will be first? Adrian asks, though I think we all know the answer. I will, says Marcus Chen, the farmer whose pragmatic wisdom helped birth this new age. I've seen what we can accomplish together. I want to be part of something that ensures no child ever has to fear the darkness again. And I, agrees Dmitri Volgan, whose moral courage sparked the first rebellion against the old ways. If my consciousness can contribute to ending this cycle of suffering, then I choose to join the transformation. One by one, volunteers step forward, not because they must, but because they understand what their sacrifice will purchase. Not the preservation of a dying empire, but the birth of something that could truly protect humanity for all time. Not yet, the Emperor cautions, though I can hear gratitude in his psychic voice. Phase 2 requires careful preparation. The transformation must be controlled, gradual, and perfect. Too much too fast, and I risk losing my humanity entirely. Too little, too slow, and the opportunity may pass. How long? Marta asks. Years, decades, perhaps a century. The galaxy moves slowly, and godhood cannot be rushed. A century. Time for the new choir to prove itself fully. Time for the Imperium to adapt to having willing servants instead of enslaved souls. Time for humanity to remember what hope feels like. But even as I contemplate this long timeline, I feel something stirring in the depths of space. Through the vast network of the choir, I sense disturbances in the warp, chaos powers taking notice of the changes on Terra, ancient enemies beginning to adapt to our new strength. They're coming, I realize, the knowledge flowing through the psychic link like ice water. The dark gods have felt the change in the Astronomicon. They know something unprecedented is happening. Let them come, the Emperor replies, and his voice carries the confidence of someone who has spent 3 months proving that hope can triumph over horror. They will find humanity stronger than they remember. They will discover that willing servants fight harder than enslaved ones. And if they overwhelm us, Adrian asks, if our kindness proves insufficient against their malice? The Emperor's response chills me even as it fills me with determination. Then Phase 2 accelerates. Then those who have volunteered for apotheosis join me immediately. Then we discover whether a god born of willing sacrifice can accomplish what 10,000 years of forced service could not. The implications hang in the psychic atmosphere like a storm front. If the new system fails, if willing cooperation proves inadequate against the forces of chaos, then the voluntary transformation will become immediate and total. The new choir will sacrifice itself to birth a deity powerful enough to burn chaos from the galaxy entirely. Either way, I realize everything changes. Everything, he agrees. Humanity will either evolve beyond its current limitations or face extinction. There is no middle path remaining. Through the network, I feel the weight of 10 billion souls contemplating this reality. We have chosen hope over horror, evolution over stagnation, transformation over tradition. But the galaxy is vast and hostile, filled with enemies who prefer the old ways of suffering and despair. We will either prove that love is stronger than fear, or we will become something powerful enough to make that truth irrelevant. The choir begins to sing not the broken dirge of enslaved souls, but the rising hymn of willing servants. 10 billion voices joined in harmony, each retaining their individuality while contributing to something greater than themselves. And in that song, I hear the future approaching like thunder on the horizon. Change is coming to the galaxy whether it wants it or not. The God Emperor has set a process in motion that will either save humanity or transform it beyond recognition. Perhaps both. Perhaps that's the point. The hymn swells, and in its harmonies I hear echoes of what's to come, a future where the golden throne burns with willing fire, where the Astronomicon blazes with the light of chosen sacrifice, where humanity either learns to sing together or learns to become something that no longer needs to. 10 billion souls, singing as one, each voice unique and precious and free. This is our gift to tomorrow. This is our answer to 10,000 years of horror. This is how the God Emperor protects, and how we protect him. 6 months after the turning point, my name will always be Kaelin Voss. I write these final words as both ending and beginning, as the last testament of a man who chose to remain human, and the first prophecy of what humanity might become. The new choir has proven itself beyond all doubt. The Astronomicon burns brighter than it has in 5 millennia, guiding Imperial vessels through the warp with unprecedented precision. The psychic barriers protecting Terra have never been stronger, reinforced by the willing devotion of 10 billion souls who serve because they choose to, not because they must. But choice, I've learned, is a blade that cuts both ways. Yesterday, as I maintained my watch through the endless network that connects every consciousness in the choir, I felt something that made my remaining humanity weep with joy and terror in equal measure. The first volunteers for Phase 2 have been selected. Marcus Chen, the farmer who taught us that willing cooperation exceeds forced obedience, has offered his individual consciousness to the Emperor's growing divinity. His sacrifice will contribute not just power, but humanity to the transformation, ensuring that whatever the God Emperor becomes, he will remember what it means to love the smell of rain on fresh earth. Dmitry Volgan, whose moral courage sparked the rebellion that saved us all, has volunteered to surrender his sense of justice to the divine essence. His sacrifice will ensure that godhood doesn't corrupt the Emperor's understanding of right and wrong. And 17 Adrian Korst, the revolutionary who refused to accept that suffering was necessary, has offered his spirit of hope to the transformation. His gift will guarantee that divine power serves liberation rather than tyranny. One by one, the bravest and best among us are choosing to step beyond individual existence, to become part of something immeasurably greater, not because they must, but because they understand what their sacrifice will purchase. A God who remembers what it means to be human, a deity powerful enough to end the cycle of horror that has defined our species for 10,000 years, a divine being who rules through love rather than fear. But watching them prepare for this ultimate transformation fills me with questions that have no easy answers. What happens to humanity when our greatest heroes become part of something beyond human understanding? What do we lose when we gain everything we've ever wanted? What does victory cost when the price is fundamental change to our species itself? I don't know. None of us do. What I do know is this: the choice was always going to come. 10,000 years of feeding souls to the Golden Throne was never sustainable. The Imperium was always going to face a crisis that demanded either evolution or extinction. We chose evolution. We chose hope. We chose to believe that willing sacrifice could achieve what forced suffering could not. And now we must live or become whatever that choice has made us. Through the network, I feel the Emperor preparing for Phase 2 of his transformation. The volunteers are ready. The systems are calibrated. The galaxy itself seems to hold its breath as humanity prepares to take the next step in its impossible journey through the darkness. Are you afraid? Marta asks me through the psychic link, her teacher's compassion reaching across the vast network to offer comfort. Terrified, I admit, but also hopeful. For the first time in 10,000 years, humanity is choosing its own destiny instead of simply surviving whatever fate throws at us. And if we choose wrongly, then at least we chose. At least we tried something other than endless suffering. She laughs, the sound carrying warmth through the cold mathematics of the Golden Throne. The eternal optimist. The eternal human, I correct, which is what makes all of this worthwhile. Tomorrow, Marcus Chen will surrender his consciousness to divinity. Next week, Dmitri Volgan will offer his sense of justice to godhood. Next month, Adrian Korst will contribute his revolutionary hope to transformation. And someday, perhaps years from now, perhaps decades, I may join them. Not because I must, but because I choose to be part of something that ensures no child ever again has to fear being fed to the darkness. Until then, I remain Kalin Voss, factory worker, husband, father, a human being who chose to serve willingly rather than die uselessly. I am part of the new choir, 10 billion souls singing in harmony while maintaining our precious individuality. We are the bridge between what humanity was and what it might become. We are the proof that love can be more powerful than fear, that willing service exceeds forced sacrifice, that hope can triumph over 10,000 years of horror. We are the hymn of billions, and our song is reshaping the galaxy one note at a time. The Emperor protects, and we protect him, by choice, by hope, by the simple revolutionary act of remaining human even as we help birth a god. This is how the world changes, not through conquest or compulsion, but through the willing sacrifice of those who choose something better than what came before. This is how 10 billion souls learn to sing together while remaining beautifully, essentially, eternally themselves. This is the choice we made. This is the choice we'll keep making, for as long as consciousness endures and love remains stronger than fear. The future is coming, vast and strange and full of possibilities we can barely imagine. We'll face it together, all 10 billion of us.